Hey everyone, how are y'all? King Scarlet, how are you? Hey Julie, how are you? Jamie, how are you tonight? The amazing Tip, how are you? CJ, how are you? All right, email is pinned to the top of the chat. If y'all need to get in touch with me or send anything to me, that's where you would do it. Yorkie Mama, how are you? Y'all, I am running super late tonight. I literally just walked in the house. Oh, the amazing Tip, I am so sorry to hear that. Can you please send your daughter and her friends' family our love and prayers? Yorkie Mama, I am doing good. Hey, Justine, how are you? Sally Mae, how are you tonight? Hey, Lori and CJ, how are you? April, how are you? All right, y'all. I've got to turn this live reaction stuff off. It is in my way. I like it, but it's in my way, and I can't keep up with the chat because it gets in the way. Carrie, how are you tonight? Michelle, you doing all right tonight? Let's see. Well, it was fast. We only knew a month total. Oh well. Tip, that is so sad. I hate to hear that. Carrie, yes, ma'am. I am doing good. Hey, cool gamer. How are you? No way. How are you? Michelle, I'm doing good. Hey, Shay. How are you? Michelle, it is so hot down here that I'm about to die from the heat. But other than that, I'm doing good. Shay, it says here it's like 89. I don't know what our humidity is. I haven't checked it, but I know that a lot of people all in the South has been getting some really bad weather, and I think that has to do with the heat. Let's see, our humidity right now is 83%, and there is still all the way across the southern part of Louisiana is under a heat advisory. Went to the pool last night to cool up, and it was like jumping in a hot bath. Oh wow! Hey, Liza, how are you? Callie Down, how are you tonight? Yeah, Yorkie Mama's just gonna rub in the cool weather. Jamie, I'm sure will be hitting close to 100 this week too. Hey Izzy, how are you? Like I don't like cold weather, but I kind of wish it would drop down into the 50s. It was 80 today, but had storms come through. Yeah, Yorkie Mama, the whole southern part of the states, Mississippi, well, the eastern part of Louisiana into Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. From what I've seen, it has just gotten tore up today from storms. And I've seen that there was like a couple of tornadoes out in Georgia, I believe it was. Hey, Margot, how are you? 98% humidity. Oh my God. Michelle, summer is like my favorite time of the year, but it seems like the last couple of years, the heat has just got to the point where it's unbearable. Hey, Nina. Think of all the rich people that pay for sauna. We just turn off the AC for 5 minutes. Just and that is true. 91% humidity here in Florida, and the temperature is 71. Yeah, just the 91% humidity though, Riddler. Like, what is the heat index? I think in southern Louisiana, the heat index hit 112 today. I don't know what it was up here. I just know it was hot. All right, y'all. It was cold and rainy here in Chicago the past few days. I was kind of hoping it was going to rain here, but they said it was supposed to be bad storms. And so far, they've either went to the north of us or to the south of us, and they have basically missed us. And it was pretty cloudy all day today, but it was still just hot. Hey Jamie, how are you? Like high 60s here in San Diego, no humidity. I wish we didn't have humidity here. I can deal with the gray. I just the humidity is what gets ridiculous here. Super Greek, how are you? I should do a weather live YouTube channel for true crime. Hey, you would do good with it. Hey Roger, how are you? Because just about everybody who comes in my chat every night whenever I go live, we always end up talking about the weather to begin with. Cooler than it should be here, but I will take it complete to what you're describing. Yeah, Roger, it's pure torture down here, and it's only June. It's once it hits July, August, it's gonna be ridiculously hot. Cloudy with the chance of crime. Andy, that is an awesome name for a weather channel for true crime. Hey, Aurora Rain, how are you? Sunflower Dragon, how are you? Loaded Hot, how have you been? Well, y'all know Troll has been, him and Talk have been talking back and forth, and Troll keeps wanting to go up to Alaska. Maybe that's what we need to do. Head for Alaska during the summertime down here. And when it gets wintertime up there, just come back down here. Hey, one, two, how are you? All right, y'all. So we got a couple of different documents to go over. It's like four total. Loaded Hot, I am happy to be back. I was gonna try to get some stuff done last night. I stayed up till like 3:30 and got an intro done. But now I've got to figure out how to get the intro into my StreamYard to where it'll play when I first go live. I think I know how, but I got to test it out first. Fill out a chat and can't find who said hi, but hey. All right, well, whoever was saying hi to Shay, she's saying hi back. Izzy, that would be the only time I could go to Alaska is when it's summertime down here, because any other time up there it would be too cold for me. I uh, can't handle the cold weather. All right, so let's see. I need to start with this one. Scarlett, I have a theory about these documents, and it's deflection and playing chess. Jamie, do you want to come up tonight and discuss these with me? If you do, you're more than welcome to. Define cold. Um, Usually anything below 80 degrees, I'm freezing. But that's just me. I can handle it down to about 50. And then once it hits 50, I can't. I'm like under electric blankets and everything else. Did you get my email? Lady V, let me check real quick. Okay, I see it now. Okay. I will have to watch that once I get done with the live. And then, Riddler, I see that I got an email from you. It's winter here in New Zealand. But how cold does it get in New Zealand, though, during the winter time? All right, so once I drop the link, hey, Jason, how are you? I'm gonna drop it here in a few minutes. I'm gonna go over this first document, Jamie, and if anybody else wants to come up and talk about it as well. Hey, headphones, how are you? Uh, y'all can. You're more than welcome to. So I like the doctrine today. Why deflection? I I don't know if it's too much of a deflection type thing. It's just I kind of get the chest though. I can go outside when it's 115 or negative 15. There's just something about the silence and the temperatures I love, or maybe I'm crazy. Okay, Bryce, I'm not going to say you're crazy, but I can't handle it. And if it gets too hot here, it gets where I can't breathe. Well, in 4 months, I'm over this stuff is too much. Oh, Shay, you should see some of the emails I get. Like I'm getting some from one person that is just insisting on pushing their narrative on me, and it's getting kind of old to the point where I'm going to end up blocking them. Hey, Steph, how are you? All right, let me pull this up real quick. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. Philip, how are you? Well, if anybody wants to come up, y'all are more than welcome to. Hey, Big Al, how are you? There's a lot of things going on these days, the narrative thing. Yes, there is. someone is trying to push a narrative, I would look at it as a big red flag. Yeah, they are. Kelly, these people were actually in chat the other night and were saying some stuff, and they have been sending me, "Hey, Treasure, how are you?" They have been sending me emails before that, and then they came into chat the other night, and they kept claiming they were dropping links, and nobody would pay any attention to them, and this and that, and nobody ever said nothing back to them until they had mentioned one thing, and it was about Maddie, and then they said that everybody at the end started paying attention to them, and I was like, dude, you can't drop links in the chat because you're not a mod. And but they keep continuing to just send these emails to me, and they're sending them to other creators also. And I've seen some creators email them back and be like, where's your proof? You can't just go out and say stuff like this. We need facts to back it up, and all this and that. And it's kind of getting old. All right, Riddler, I'm bringing you up. Jamie, I'm bringing you up. How are y'all?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for coming up tonight.
Doing
You're
fine. I hope
welcome.
I'm doing fine. I hope everybody had a wonderful Flag Day yesterday.
Was it Flag Day yesterday?
Well, it's Flag Day for you still now, June 14th.
14th? Oh, yeah. I see it on my calendar now. Yeah, that shows how much I pay attention to my calendar and the stuff that it says. Callie, that's what I'm going to do because it's basically the same thing, and the theories are ridiculous. And it's theories that they're saying that it's coming from other people who have facts about the case. And it's not that I don't believe what they're saying, or don't believe them, but however you want to put it. It's just they're continuously trying to push their narrative, and it's getting kind of old now.
They weren't very nice about it either.
You know who I'm talking about?
I think so.
Yeah, they're just like I said. They were in here the other night, and I was telling my husband about it. It's just like they keep sending these emails and telling me to listen to this person, and they're including links in the email, and I'm not clicking on any links that they send, and I
So I don't blame
yeah,
you. That's
you
a
know,
dangerous proposition nowadays.
right, and I just the stuff that they're trying to push, I don't agree with as far as the drug part of it, but
Yeah.
it's getting old. Lady V, how are you and Big Al doing?
Yellow.
I'm awesome. How are you guys?
Doing good.
Not as hot as it is down there, but it's pretty warm up here.
Yeah, it's super super hot down here. Like
I just talked to a friend of mine in Arkansas. He's just outside of Little Rock, and I guess he was running from a tornado tonight. They ended up getting hit in their car on the interstate with.
Oh, wow.
Are they okay?
Yeah, baseball size hail.
Okay. Shay, yes, that's who it is. Shay, you know who I'm talking about too. Mr. Lux is backstage. Does anybody know who Mr. Lux is before I bring
Nope.
this person up?
I do not.
No.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, they may have to sit backstage. If they want to come up, they can. I don't see them in chat, but I'm fixing to read this, and I'm not going to throw a wall up while I'm reading this.
How can they come up if they're not in chat?
They can grab the link, but they're not in the chat because I can't bring their name up in the chat. So if they want to sit backstage, that is fine until I get through reading this, because I have to have this pulled up for everybody to see it while I'm reading it, and I'm not throwing a wall up where y'all can't see it.
Sure.
So, all right. So there was 4 different documents that has came out today. I actually had to take notes on these documents, y'all.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, there's like a lot of different stuff that I didn't want to forget. They have mentioned exculpatory evidence again in one of these documents. Hey, Boomer Girl, how are you? They have also mentioned twice in one document that Bryan intends to contest the grand jury indictment. So there's they're not super long, these documents, but at the same time, well, Mr. Lux left. Okay. But there's There's a lot of stuff in them. Gina Marie, how are you? I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing anybody in chat either. And if y'all see anybody else come backstage, just let me know. Because I'm not looking at my StreamYard right now.
Okay. Hey, Riddler.
All right. Wait, is Riddler still here?
I thought I saw him.
Hey there, I'm still here.
Okay. All right. So let me get back over to this. So this is the defendant's reply to the state supplemental response to the defendant's motion regarding the grand jury record in the transcript. They always got to put a mouthful for the description on these documents. Okay, so comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorney Ann C. Taylor, public defender, and hereby replies to the state's supplemental response to the defendant's motion regarding the grand jury record and transcript. The state argues that Mr. Kohberger is only entitled to an audio recording and or a transcript of the grand jury proceedings and that the grand jury notes, but not the other. Hold on, y'all. Okay, so but not the other enumerated items set forth in the Idaho Criminal Rules 6. The state also objects to a qualified protective order, preferring instead to keep the requested materials protected by adherence to the word seal. Release of the grand jury proceedings governed by rule and statute are materials necessary to Mr. Kohberger's defense. Article 1, Section 8 of the Idaho Constitution, the Idaho Criminal Rules 6, and the Idaho Codes 19-1001, 19-2021, 19-1201, and 19-1401. Provide authority for release to Mr. Kohberger. Good cause is not required, but exists to release all items in Mr. Kohberger's motion as set forth below. And I'm going to try to get through these as quick as I can. This one's only like 6 pages. So the procedural background, Mr. Kohberger was indicted by a grand jury on May the 16th of 2023. He filed a motion to make available the record of all proceedings of the grand jury pursuant to the ICR 6.2 in a motion requesting release of the grand jury materials under qualified protective order on May 19th. The state then filed their state's response to the defendant's motion regarding the grand jury record and transcript and a proposed order on May 30th. The parties were not able to reach an agreement regarding the release of the grand jury materials, which resulted in the state filing their state's supplemental response to the defendant's motion regarding grand jury record and transcripts on June the 6th. The defense's reply follows. And this is their whole argument thing here. Number one, Mr. Kohberger has a legal right to challenge the grand jury indictment, and the court should release all records requested in his motion. So Mr. Kohberger faces charges of 4 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of burglary. Because of the first-degree murder charges, the state can file a notice of intent to seek the death penalty. After Mr. Kohberger's early January court appearance, counsel for Mr. Kohberger and the state planned for a preliminary hearing scheduled for the week of June the 26th. A preliminary hearing would have allowed the defense to challenge the evidence that the state claims to have against Mr. Kohberger. The state, as is its option, chose to proceed with a secret grand jury. A grand jury was impaneled at a time when the small community of Moscow, Idaho, had been exposed to 6 months of intense local, national, and international media coverage. Because the state has provided extensive discovery, Mr. Kohberger knows that exculpatory evidence exists. Still want to know what this exculpatory evidence is. Hey, Daylight, how are you? Mr. Kohberger, okay, wait, I just read that part. Hold on. Whether a fair and impartial panel of the grand jurors was assembled amidst the intense media coverage is a significant question the defense must evaluate. See ICR 6.7 and IC 19-1003 and State versus Robert 188, page 895, 897, and 1920. Whether inadmissible or exculpatory evidence was presented to the grand jury is a significant question that the defense must evaluate. See ICR 6.2a, 6.6, and IC 191107. And while there are many other legal arguments Mr. Kohberger may pursue related to the grand jury proceedings, how the grand jury was selected, and what evidence was presented, illustrate good cause for the defense's need for all materials set forth in its motion. Mr. Kohberger is entitled to pursue relief on a single error or cumulative errors. To determine if there are cumulative errors, good cause exists to review all items requested in his motion. Cumulative errors exist when the cumulative effect of the errors and indiscretion, none of which alone might have been enough to tip the scale. Operate to the defendant's prejudice by producing a biased jury or biased grand jury. Let's see, that's U.S. versus Samango 607 F.2D 877884 nice circular 1979. And the state versus Ellington 151 Idaho 5370 2011, noting under the doctrine of cumulative error, a series of errors harmless in and of themselves may in the aggregate show the absence of a fair trial. I seriously got to get some glasses. Pursuant to the Idaho Criminal Rule 48, Idaho Code 2-2132, and Idaho Codes 191001, 192021, 191201, and 191401, Mr. Kohberger is entitled to request proceedings be stayed while he challenges the indictment. Okay. Has anybody came backstage? Wait, we lost Jamie. Jamie, are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know that you had fallen
that's
off.
fine. No big deal.
Okay. So the rules provide for the release of all enumerated items in Mr. Kohberger's motion without good cause. Mr. Kohberger is requesting items listed in Idaho Criminal Rule 6 and Idaho Codes 19-101, 19-2021, 19-1201, and 19-1401. Mr. Kohberger is not seeking anything outside of rule or statute. Each portion of the grand jury proceedings is specified in his original motion and in the rule. See the motion to make available the record of all proceedings of the grand jury pursuant to the ICR 6.2 on May the 19th of 2023. The state's suggestion that he should listen to the audio recording and/or review a transcript of incomplete proceedings merely adds delay to Mr. Kohberger's ability to challenge the grand jury indictment. Essentially, Mr. Kohberger is asked to look at some but not all and then ask for more at a later time. Mr. Kohberger's right of a speedy trial has not been waived. This sort of delay would require either a waiver of his important right to a speedy trial or for counsel to represent him less than fully prepared. As such, Mr. Kohberger, under separate but contemporaneous filing, is requesting that his case be stayed during the now contested process of obtaining materials he must examine. So authority for a stay is contained in the Idaho Code 2-2132. A party may move to stay the proceedings and, in a criminal case, to quash the indictment or for other appropriate relief on the grounds of substantial failure to comply with this chapter in selecting the grand or trial jury. Mr. Kohberger is acting with diligence to discover grounds upon which to challenge the indictment through a motion to dismiss. The state's obstruction of release of the full grand jury proceedings is creating unnecessary delay. The case should be stayed until Mr. Kohberger has complete access to all matters related to the grand jury proceedings and until such time as he can file an Idaho Rule 48 motion to dismiss the indictment. Or, as Mr. Kohberger is requesting, the court should order all grand jury records released so that the defense work can be done. The state's reliance on the state versus Abdullah 158 Idaho 386 449 2015 for the standard that good cause is required is not accurate. Mr. Abdullah's grand jury proceedings were in 2014 before ICR 6.2, which was adopted in 2017. The rule does not require good cause, and even if it did, good cause exists as explained earlier. In Mr. Abdullah's post-conviction case, he was arguing that the grand jury transcripts that had not been included in the appellate record needed to be added and briefed as a subsequent issue. Mr. Abdullah wanted to argue that the grand jury term had expired. In this case, Mr. Kohberger is asking for grand jury records immediately following his indictment and before the jury trial, not years later in a post-conviction proceeding. It is worth nothing that Abdullah illustrates how issues such as this have plagued cases in the appellate realm for decades. Release of the grand jury records now allows Mr. Kohberger's defense to provide effective representation. And then the second part of this is sealed versus qualified protective order. Mr. Kohberger seeks access to these records, whether sealed or under a qualified protective order. Defense counsel needs to be able to disclose the grand jury records to the defense team, including relevant experts, with the admonition that the records are not to be copied or dispersed. Defense counsel needs to be able to review the records with Mr. Kohberger, but does not seek an order to provide him with a copy. Additionally, the defense needs to be able to refer to the records in legal challenges or witness examinations to protect the sensitive nature of the records and pleadings referencing grand jury proceedings. Any such pleadings can be submitted to the court with a motion to seal. Hey, Jerry, how are you? So the conclusion, Mr. Kohberger is entitled to review all the grand jury proceedings as set forth in his original motion to make available the record of all proceedings of the grand jury pursuant to the ICR 6.2 filed May 19th. Although good cause is not required, it exists because a grand jury was impaneled after 6 months of intense media coverage in a small community. Exculpatory evidence exists, and there may be a single error or cumulative errors which require the examination of the entire grand jury record. He does not object to the records being sealed as clarified earlier. He agrees with the state that grand juror notes should be included in the records provided. Should the court release any potential records or transcripts, Mr. Kohberger request a stay of all proceedings pursuant to the Idaho Code 2.2-213 until such time as he is able to review, request additional records, provide a sworn statement for reasons, and file an ICR 48 motion to dismiss. And this was signed yesterday on the 13th by Ann Taylor. Hey, Princess Megan, how are you? Hey, Summer. Okay, so that was all of that. So what is y'all's, let me get back over to StreamYard now where I can see everybody. Okay. All right. So what is y'all's thoughts and opinions on this?
Well,
Well-
mine is. Go ahead, hon.
Well, I was just going to say, I think it all goes back to where he decided to stand silent. And this is why he decided to stand silent. While everybody was saying it was because of BTK did it and da-da-da-da, I looked into it and I had decided it was because if you stand silent, then you can legally challenge the indictment, which is exactly what he's doing.
Right.
And he chose to not waive his right to a speedy trial because he was going to challenge the indictment and get a stay. And when you get a stay, everything stops. There's no filings, there's nothing going on until, that issue can be resolved.
Right.
And so that's what they're doing. They're not delaying the trial, but in a way, they're not delaying it in the way of he waived his right. This is the way that they're doing to delay the trial.
Yeah,
Does
he
that
just
make
wants
sense?
he wants everything else to stop until he gets this grand jury stuff so he can go over it, and wherever this exculpatory evidence is. I'm still curious about that because they keep throwing that in there. Hey Ava, how are you? Alter Soul, how are you?
I think that's the deflection part.
The exculpatory evidence.
I do. The chess part is this is how they're going about trying to delay the trial later, because as soon as he enters his plea in Idaho, if you don't waive your right, you have 6 months from the time that you enter your plea until the time of the trial starts. And that has to happen regardless. And we saw that in the Lori Vallow trial, except she went through COVID and all that. So that's why a lot of hers was delayed. And then her mental status and all of that.
Mhm.
But then when it came right down to it, and they came up with this hair at the end, they were like, well, Chad's attorneys were like, well, we have to, you know,
That's where the whole severing of the trials came in,
yes,
and
and
yeah.
the judge was like, no, she did not waive her rights, so we have to go ahead with hers. If y'all want to sever the trials, we can do that, but that's the only way we got to do it. So Ann Taylor is gonna throw in a bunch of stuff until the judge finally gets fed up and says, no, we have to go forward regardless. We cannot keep delaying this because in Idaho it says you have 6 months.
And 6
And
months runs out. Was it November the
November 22nd.
22nd? Yeah.
Which is kind of crazy because I saw somebody in the chat the other night put it's 1122 King Road and it's 1122 is the
Oh
date.
yeah, I remember
Mhm.
somebody saying that the other night. It
Yeah,
was
it's crazy.
how it was brought up. But in one of these other documents, it says that the trial is expected to last 4 to 6 weeks. But I thought somewhere it was stated 6 to 8 weeks.
I don't remember exactly what they said, but it is like an average of 6 weeks. Whether they said it for 4 to 6 weeks or 6 to 8, I don't remember exactly.
Because I remember, and let me get my calendar out because I'm gonna have to count it back up. Oh shit, I'm just dropping all kind of stuff off my desk. It was okay, so it's supposed to start. Well, let me get to October here. What month is this? So it's supposed to start October the 2nd, which is a Monday. Okay, hold on. 5, 6. Okay, if it ends at 6 weeks, that's November the 13th.
Right.
That would be exactly 1 year to the day that these murders happened. So I wonder if that was done, that those dates for the trial, I wonder if that was done on purpose.
I don't think so. I think he said it for October because he expected there to be some delays. And he knew that it had to start by November 22nd. So therefore he's just given time for delays to happen.
This case is just, it's like every day something new pops up.
Yep.
It's I don't know.
It's like being stuck in a mud puddle and your tires just spinning.
And not going anywhere.
Not moving, just spinning.
Yeah.
Just throw.
And see, the defense is going to ask for everything they can, and if anything gets denied, that's what they're going to file their appeal on.
I couldn't agree more, Riddler.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, I was about to say, hey, Riddler. Hey, Musical, how are you? Let's see. I don't think. Okay, so Liza says, I don't think it's deflection. It's procedure. The judge needs to be careful. The last thing we want is to go straight to the Court of Appeals. Hey, Kim, how are you? Yeah,
Well, I think that the deflection part of the exculpatory evidence, which there may be something that they think is there, and there may be something. She might have said she saw somebody else. I mean, you don't know what she saw out her window.
The only thing I would see is exculpatory, though, is an alibi.
That's the only thing I can think of.
And he won't give it.
I mean, it's because I was even thinking about this. Okay, so they're wanting to talk to Bethany because this investigator claims that Bethany has exculpatory evidence. Only thing I can come up with that Bethany may have would to be his alibi, but for some reason he's claiming he needs more time, and the state is demanding this alibi so they can check it out or whatever. Hey, Penny, how are you? Do you think that maybe he's protecting somebody and that's why he don't want to give his alibi? And he's trying to find a different route to go as far as it's...
If I was sitting in jail and I had exculpatory evidence that would get me out of jail, I wouldn't be playing games with it.
Well, see, also, if you're when the defense has to give an alibi, they got to put it down in timelines, and they got to make sure their timeline doesn't contradict the evidence.
Right.
And it's kind of hard to recall where you were at a year ago to this day. And now give me a timeline. What were you doing a year ago today? Now, something as big as that event, that should spark some memory, but that's what the defense has to do. And they need time so it coordinates with all this evidence.
I was just thinking that maybe Bethany saw somebody else out her window, and that was the exculpatory evidence.
Well, I agree
That
with
it was
you.
as simple as that.
I agree with you. Or she may have saw somebody that looked different than what Dylan saw. And now
Right.
do we have two people in the house?
Or
Or
just
did she
somebody
just
that was around there.
right? And it's hard to see at 4 in the morning, 4:30 in the morning, dark, and you're giving a different description of what Dylan saw.
That's been my theory all along, is that, she saw somebody else or described it differently or whatever. But that's what I thought all along, that she wasn't his alibi or anything. It was just she saw something different.
Okay, and Ava says exculpatory evidence could be anything really. It could be that she had someone over that night, for example, giving a reasonable doubt. I don't know. It's just first there's some reason we haven't really heard a whole lot from Bethany or even about Bethany. And then all of a sudden they want to talk to her and they subpoena her and then they quash that and then want to do an interview with her. And then bam, after that comes the grand jury.
I think they planned to do the grand jury all along.
You think?
Yeah, and they just waited as long as they did because they knew that they needed some time and that he hadn't waged his right. And so therefore they were giving them as much time as possible to investigate so they could present as much evidence as they did at the grand jury.
Okay.
And see, the grand jury indictment gives the prosecution an extra arrow in their quill. So now they got this guy backed in a corner.
Let's see. Hit and run outside of his apartment. Have y'all heard about that? That there was allegedly a hit and run outside of his apartment that same night that the murders happened?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
he drove
Yes.
right by the police.
Yes.
Okay, because that's what, and which is crazy because he drives by the police there to go commit these murders, and then outside of the girl, well, not right outside of the girl's house, but you might as well say like a block away from the girl's house, there sits police over Moscow.
Yep.
See, okay, so Tonka says, I think that the state of Idaho doesn't have much of a case as they're portraying to the public. I mean, if he's
what are they portraying?
I mean, if he's the person who did this, I hope they have something that they will be able to prove it and it's going to stick.
Do we really think if they didn't feel like they could convict this guy on the evidence that they have, that they would be pursuing it right now?
I don't think they would.
I don't either.
I just think
Well, once
they say
again,
there was a.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, they say there was a hell of a fight on the second floor.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm also wondering if they don't have his DNA underneath somebody's fingernails.
I'm hoping.
Because y'all remember, the coroner did say that before they took the bodies out of the house, she made sure that all of their hands were in paper bags.
Yeah.
Yeah, bagged, yes.
All I can say is the more that Taylor does right now, the less, at least on the defense's part, is he going to be able to blame on his lawyers. So, to go for an appeal on that.
Yeah. Hey, Stevie,
Right.
how are you?
What were you going to say, Riddler?
Oh, never mind. I'll get it back in a minute. I'd already forgot
I'm
what I was going to
sorry.
ask you.
Sorry.
It's okay. That's what I get for being a gentleman.
I've been having those same brain farts all day.
Yeah, give yourself another 10 years.
Well, I got lightning and thunder booming over my head, so
It's the
Yeah.
heat
I'll
causing
be
you brain fog.
mine's like the barometric pressure. I have Lyme and fibro, and that barometric pressure just kills me.
no, I was going to
Once it
say.
starts raining, it's good.
I remember what I was going to say, and I hate to keep going all the way back to it, but there's so many similarities. The Gainesville Ripper. They arrested a guy named Humphreys, put him in jail. They were bird dogging this guy the whole time because students says, "Watch this guy. He talks crazy, and he's got a knife. He's real handy with knives." So they put police following him 24/7, and they saw where he bumped into his. So they claimed he hit his grandmother. She said he never hit me. They put him in jail. And now they put it all on the news, and everybody thinks, oh, they got the Gainesville Ripper. Wrong. And he sits in jail for a while till the DNA was done different back then. The DNA did not match. Now it's Houston, we got a problem. But they keep him in jail for a while because they're getting him for domestic violence. But now we don't have the Gainesville Ripper. So
Well,
these college towns want to hurry up and get this thing done and get it out of here as quick as possible. That's their cash cow is at college.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
And when
I
at
agree with
Gainesville,
that.
they had to shut down all night activities. All ball games were played during the day until they could find the Gainesville Ripper.
The
And
only thing,
anyway, it bit into their economy a little bit. They didn't lose that many students. I mean, it was only a handful of students. I mean, that's a big university. It's like 60,000 students today, but back then it was like 40 something thousand. And I bet you they didn't lose 400 or 500 students.
What year was this?
It was 1990, I want to say, 90,
yeah.
91, right in there.
See, what I was going to say is nowadays we do have that DNA evidence that, can help in oh God, my brain can help in finding out whether it's him or not. Yeah, I think that's what's going to be different if we're going to have, another cycle of SKs. I think it's going to be the DNA that really helps catch them and really helps, make sure that they have the right person. I mean, if there's red stuff under somebody's nails, I mean, how is he going to refute that?
Well, go back to the New World Order, put chips in everybody. I'll tell you who was in that house.
Ugh,
4
no,
o'clock in the
thank
No,
you.
morning.
no, no.
And
No,
with these
thank you.
chips, you don't have to worry about credit cards. You
No,
just swipe your hand underneath the
no,
wand and it hits your
no,
bank account.
not ready for that.
No, I think I'll pass on that as
When you
well.
go to the doctor, we can just swipe your hand and we already know your whole medical history.
Yep, no.
I'm staying on mute, and it's really hard.
No way.
Oh, it's a great idea. No, it's a little painful at first. They're talking about doing
No.
that with the military, by the way.
Do
Starting
They're
you
to
already
check.
doing it in other countries,
do
and there's
you
financial incentive for it.
oh my lord, I can just think of all the ways that could go wrong. If I'm not going to give my DNA, I'm definitely not going to let them put a chip under my hand. Not unless it's
No.
got some bling on it.
Well, when that rule does come out, and hopefully it's not during our lifetime or our grandchildren's lifetime, you won't be able to eat. You won't be able to do anything without it.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine what would happen if they decided to declare some people that went to the, let's say, some sort of a political agenda place, and they said, okay, all you that was there, we're going to detain now. Yeah, no.
Still trying to stay on mute.
I'm pulling up the next document.
Oh, Lord. I'll mute now.
Getting ready to blow. Look, it's really close. My tinfoil hat is a little too tight tonight.
All right, I'm gonna put the link back out if anybody else wants to come up and join us. I'm gonna hide y'all for just a second. That way, it's easier for everybody to see this, and my blind self to see it too. Hey, Melissa Jade, how are you? Okay. Wait, what? Oh, y'all, I caught the first part of Roger's thing. I had to go do a double take on that comment. All right, so this is the motion to stay proceedings. This is another one that came out today. So it says, comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorney, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, hereby moves the court to stay all the proceedings in the case pursuant to the Idaho Code 2-213, which is what Jamie was talking about earlier with the whole stay process and all that. So the procedural background says Mr. Kohberger was indicted by a grand jury on May the 16th. He filed a motion to make available the record of all the proceedings of the grand jury pursuant to the ICR 6.2 and a motion requesting release of the grand jury materials under qualified protective order on May 19th. The state then filed their state's response to defendant's motion regarding the grand jury record and the transcript and a proposed order on May the 30th. The parties are not able to reach an agreement regarding the release of the grand jury materials and further opposition of Mr. Kohberger's motion for the preparation of the grand jury records on June the 6th. The state filed their state supplemental response to the defendant's motion regarding the grand jury record and the transcript. A hearing is scheduled for June 26th to argue this contested matter. Mr. Kohberger stood silent at his initial arraignment to preserve his right to contest the indictment. He also asserted his right to a speedy trial pursuant to the United States and the Idaho Constitution. Jury trial is scheduled to begin on October the 2nd. Time is of the essence. So their argument is, by the time the court hears the arguments on the preparation of the grand jury proceedings, almost 6 weeks will have passed from the time of the indictment. Preparation of the grand jury record will then take additional time. Mr. Kohberger has the right and intends to contest the indictment. So Idaho Code 2-2131 allows the defendant to seek a stay of the proceedings. Within 7 days after the moving party discovers or by the exercise of diligence could have discovered the grounds thereof or therefore, and in any event before the trial jury is sworn to try the case, a party may move to stay the proceedings and in a criminal case to quash the indictment or for other appropriate relief on the ground of substantial failure to comply with this chapter in selecting the grand or trial jury. Mr. Kohberger seeks to stay the proceedings as appropriate relief while the matter of the grand jury record is argued and prepared. He is exercising due diligence to discover the grounds upon which to file a motion to dismiss related to how the grand jury was selected. He is being delayed through no fault of his own. So their conclusion is Mr. Kohberger's request to stay proceedings until the grand jury record is prepared and he has adequate time to contest the indictment should be granted. The remedies allowed in Idaho Code 2-2133 are the exclusive means by which a person accused of a crime may challenge a grand jury on the ground that the jury was not selected in conformity with the chapter. A stay of proceedings is appropriate. This was also done yesterday on the 13th of June. And it is also signed by Ann Taylor. All right, so what are y'all's thoughts on this?
I don't know. Legal mumbo jumbo to me.
Sounds like Ann Taylor's crying a lot.
Yeah. It sounds like she's using whatever she can to make arguments.
Yeah,
I don't have any problem with it. The more she does that, the less he can cry wolf on later.
yeah. I mean, if they've got the grand jury stuff, and and they've sent in their discovery or request for discovery or whatever, and he can legally get the grand jury stuff, why not just give it to him so he can go through it?
Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me on the prosecution's part. If he so is he for sure? Well, of course he would be. Never mind.
Well, they were wanting, I think that they were going to give him a transcript or whatever, but they want everything, including the notes that the jurors took during
Right.
the proceedings.
They shouldn't have
I don't know
those.
if they're entitled to
She's even
that.
wanting the names of the grand jurors.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I
why?
don't like that at all.
Yeah,
Isn't that
why
why
give
it's
their
No.
secret?
names?
That is an unnecessary. Now they're going to dig into the background of every one of those people
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
and find some tweet from 10 years ago.
I mean,
That's the only reason they need their names, is to dig into them.
yeah, I don't think they should have their names. I
No.
mean, that's the whole point of it.
Your opinion is your opinion. That's why they
Yeah.
bring you in.
She doesn't like it that they didn't have the hearing, the probable cause hearing.
Mhm.
And that's the point of it all. Because she couldn't go at these people, the witnesses, all of that, like she wanted to.
Yep.
That's a lot of people get railroaded by grand juries. I mean, it's
Okay.
kind
All
of a
right.
one-sided deal.
And see, the
But that
grand jury was designed to protect the defendant against an overzealous prosecutor.
Yep.
That's the whole reason for that our forefathers put the grand jury in the Constitution. Now, not every state has to use a grand jury. Every in federal court, it's a must if it's for murder. That's in the Constitution. But in the states, I think there's like 26 of them. It's optional.
yeah, but it's a secret grand jury. That's the thing.
Well, grand
It's
juries are
secret.
always secret. They're
I
always
mean,
secret.
I know, but they're secret. I'm assuming because of the people's privacy, the jurors' privacy in there, isn't it?
But could you imagine you're
And
up
their
for
notes.
you're going before a grand jury, you're a male, and you're going it's an essay, and the whole jury is all female, the grand jury. You tell me that's fair? And that's
Well,
happened?
they can get whatever they say they are as far as their gender, but they don't need their names. They don't
Okay.
need their notes.
Somebody's got background noise coming through. Okay, I don't hear it now. Okay, go ahead, Lady V. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, I mean, they can find out the gender. They don't have to know their names and their ages and their backgrounds and their notes and thoughts and everything on it. Do they? I mean, isn't that why it's secret?
Yeah, and then on
Maybe.
the other hand, it's public because it's in a public courtroom. It's a public trial. Everything's public.
But are the
So
jurors' names public generally? I don't think they are.
No, they
Yeah,
aren't.
that's the whole secret part.
And normally, if you serve on a grand jury, you're not just serving to indict one case. You're serving for a month or so, and any case that comes before you, or 6 months, I can't remember what it is. Any case that comes before you, then you vote to indict or not to indict that case. So it's not really just one case that you serve as a grand juror on. It's several.
I'm going to Google for a second. I just don't think that they should. Like, I understand the what was presented as far as the evidence to the grand jury, stuff like that. But given the jurors' names,
Is she just presenting
should
it so she has something that has to occupy the judge's time to deny the request? Because it
Well, that's
doesn't
what I'm
seem right.
saying. I think she's doing anything she can and whatever to delay the trial without delaying it, without having him waive
Yeah.
his rights, so it won't go 2 to 3 years out.
Just she has to know they're not
And
going to
that's
give
what
her
I
the
was
names of the
thinking.
jurors.
Delays.
Bethea, how are you?
Hey, Bethea, long time no see.
Good to be back.
Hey, Bethea.
I went. Hey, I just went from one crazy case. Now I'm covering back the original crazy case. My. The
I
crazy
know that there.
case. The crazy case I
I
was
got.
thinking. I'm talking about is Taylor Shabusiness.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's a crazy one.
Oh man.
Okay, let me see. I
Thought
know
I would
that
come in
there
here and get
is. I gotta find it real quick. It's in my notes. Where Ann Taylor. Let me make sure this is the right one. Is this it? She had actually requested. I gotta find the right notes that I have, but she had. There was another grand jury thing in the state of Idaho, and everything was asked for. Everything that Ann Taylor asked for, as far as like what she requested for Bryan, she also asked for in this case, and the judge granted it. I just got to find my things.
The names of the jurors in the secret
Let me
grand jury.
see. Let me see what was okay. So a copy. Okay, so it says it is hereby ordered that the clerk of court shall share prepared a complete record of the grand jury proceedings in the above entitled matter. So a copy of any and all petitions for summoning a grand jury related to the case in these charges. A copy of any and all order or orders assigning the judge related to the case. A copy of any and all order to summon jurors and notice of hearing. A transcript of the initial seating of the grand jury. A verbatim transcript of the proceeding. I'm still hearing feedback. Let's see, a copy of the jury instructions, a list of the names of the grand jurors who heard the evidence against the defendant. So yeah, it was given to him. A copy of any and all documents or records and a transcript of any and all the proceedings containing information related to the following matters. The number of grand jurors in presence of a quorum per the Idaho Code Rule 6.1a. Like the list goes all the way to the letter W, and then it goes to the next number. So it was everything that Ann Taylor asked for in Bryan's. It was asked for in this one here.
Even the
Wow,
jurors' names.
Yeah, even the jurors' names,
that's crazy.
and the judge granted it.
Mm. I just never heard of that.
I haven't either. It's crazy. I don't think they should give the. And this is from 2019. I don't think they should give the jurors' names.
I don't
Since
either. So where's the
Right.
silent part? I mean, that was supposed to be the silent part. That way they serve with no undue prejudice or any threats or anything against them, because nobody knows who they are unless they're
right,
standing out front. But hmm,
yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they would, because just think, if a lot of people think that there's more than one person involved in this. Hey, American Princess, how are you? Um, so let's just say hypothetically there is someone else involved in this. They let out the names of the grand jurors. Somehow that ends up getting leaked, and then does that put them in danger because there's someone else involved in this?
If not this trial, if it's a precedent set on this one, I'm sure if it's not this trial, sooner or later there will come one that will be an issue.
I don't know. This is just this whole thing is just crazy. I mean, Anne, I get that she's doing whatever she can for her client, which she should be. I mean, she's getting paid enough, and that's her job, so she should be doing because that is his right also. Um, hey, Rich, how are you? But I mean, is she going to literally ask for everything
Yes.
to do with this, or is she just throwing mud at a wall to see what sticks? Is that what she's
Correct.
trying to do? Maybe?
I think so.
I was thinking she was throwing something else at the wall, but I'll settle for mud.
Scarlett, my former yard man,
Uh-huh.
he was wanted. He had a felony. He was wanted. And they had these tip lines here in my town. You call it and it says your name will remain anonymous. Well, somebody called in on him. And he got arrested. And when he came back to do my yard later. He says, I found out who called in. He said they called in on an anonymous tip line. He said, my lawyer came up to me and says, I'm not allowed to give you the name of the person that called, but there's no law says I can't give you their phone number.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And see, all that goes in there. Phone number, address, when you
Wow.
call the police station. And he got it on the Freedom of Information Act. Plus, he's his lawyer. It was a
Oh, I
public,
believe it.
matter of fact, it was the public defender defending him. And he found out, and I don't know if there's any consequences, but he found out who
Hey,
snitched on him.
I like what Vapor is thinking here. Here that BK's attorney is testing the judge to see how much she can push. Well,
Yeah. I mean, she could be doing that. I wonder how many times she has had to go before him with a case. If she's ever been in his courtroom before or anything like that. Because she could be doing that. She could just be throwing all these requests out just to see what he's going to allow. Shay, you're very welcome.
Okay, so is that clock too loud?
No, I can't even tell what it is, but I can barely hear it.
Oh, okay. Can you say what you just said again? Oh, you to see?
Wait, what now?
You said, what did you say a minute ago?
Oh, I said that she could be throwing all of these requests out to the judge just to see what he's going to allow.
To see how much she can get away with.
Right. Shay, you're welcome.
cases, how much of a lease the judge is going to put on them.
Wait, what was that, Bethea?
I said, or in some cases, how much of a leash the judge will put on an attorney.
Right.
I mean,
plus she's being watched by. She's being watched by everybody in the world, and she's going to exhaust every avenue that she can. She said, "Look, I did everything I could to get you out of this."
Right. And I mean, as his attorney, that's what she's supposed to do.
Exactly.
Right. And if I was sitting in his shoes, that's what I want her to do.
Right. I mean, he's entitled to that. And I'm glad that she's doing that, because if she's exhausting everything and she can't come up with anything that can prove that he didn't do this, and the state comes in and they prove that he did do this, I mean, can anybody then say that it wasn't a fair trial?
No, it's that much less for an appeal. That's what I think. I was going to say something and I forgot what it was. It'll come to me in a bit. I got paid back, Riddler.
So Angela says, I feel like she's asking for things that they have a right to. If the state's case is so strong, Why won't they turn the evidence over? I truly don't understand. Angela, I don't understand either. I mean, if they're asking for it in a discovery request and the state has it, the state knows that they're supposed to turn it over, why are they delaying it? It doesn't make sense. It's just going to push. They delay one thing and it just delays the whole thing.
But everything
That's
that
true.
they're asking for, it doesn't automatically go, right?
I
It's
think
Unless
like
the
I know,
they have a time limit, I believe. Um, if the state, I guess, has went through it and they have it, and there's a time limit that they have to turn it over to the defense.
right, but I'm talking about like the stuff from the grand jury, everything like that,
Oh yeah, I don't think all that's
including
gonna
their
go.
notes. That all doesn't, I mean, I know they get a transcript, but I don't know it and the evidence used. But I don't know
I think
if,
it's just going to come down to the judge and what he allows the state to turn over to him.
right, and that's why the state isn't turning over until they're directed to, because they don't want to give them anything that they're not entitled to.
Yeah.
And see, that's why he has to be careful also with this television thing. If the TV cameras come in there, is that going to be a setup for later that I'm going to appeal this while I'm sitting on death row? You know he will. What's he got to lose on appeals?
The appeal itself.
Well, you only get so many, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know exactly how many it is, but I know you get. Oh shit! I'm clicking on stuff. I know you get so
Of-
many appeals, and you have so much time. I think with each one of them. Like the first one, I think you have so much of a time to file that appeal, and then once it's done and over with, and there's a decision or whatever made, then you have like your next one. I believe it's so much time to do that one as well.
I was thinking it's like 3 or 4. I mean, I don't know for sure, but those numbers seem to stick in my head. Of course,
Oh, I
that can
was
go
thinking
on for
like 20.
years. Well, the appeal process can go on for, yeah, years upon years upon years too. But it has to be new information.
Right.
Let me Google it real quick and see.
Which is fine. I mean, if somebody's sitting on death row, I mean, I definitely, if you're being sent there and they're actually going to carry it out, I want that person to be 100%. We know that they did this.
Oh, I agree with you, Jamie.
Hold on, I'm seeing if I can find it. I don't need to know how many people is on death row. Excuse me. Let's see here. 7 death penalty appeal process. So, okay, so you got the trial court, the state appellate court, then the U.S. Supreme Court. Okay, wait, let me. Must be 7 total because it has the direct appeal and then the post convictions on
But
here.
I think that's you. If you can mute while you're not talking, I think it would. It sounds like Charlie Brown, the little.
Wait, who's doing that? Me?
No, I think it's Bethea.
Oh, okay, okay. See if there's any yours. Bundy had. Okay, so musical said Bundy had 10 years of appeals. Just another case.
I'm on a website where you ask lawyers.
Uh huh.
They said it's unlimited, the number of appeals.
For the state of Idaho?
Really? How come
Now I
they
don't know
always
about
say
the
they
state of
ran out of
Idaho.
appeals?
I don't know. I'm on a. Oh, hold on, I'll get you the site.
Yeah, that'd be
Okay.
great.
Yeah, because I think each state would be different. I mean, could be different.
Okay, I don't understand. Okay, I get it, but I don't understand why a lot of times we hear about, and I'm not talking TV, I'm talking about in real life, we hear that I have one more appeal left.
Yeah, I thought they had like a certain amount. Okay, let's see here. Let's see, I want to know all the evidence more than what we know from the. No way out that, yeah, I would like to know the evidence that they have. Okay, let's see. How many appeals do criminals get for a death row? This is from 2009. I need to know about Idaho, though. That's California. There's no limit on how many appeals you get. Okay, that one is for that attorney's from California as well. Okay, let's see. It says ask a lawyer. Let's see. I'm gonna ask on a death conviction. State of Idaho. Do you plan to hire an attorney? No. Okay, let's see. Oh, shoot. And they make you answer everything on here. Oh, now it's asking for my email. Riddler, did you have to put all this in here?
No, they already know I'm a crook.
Man, I don't
No,
know how to do it.
I just read what they were had underneath them.
Okay, I'm just gonna
And
go
like I
back.
said, it's going to vary from state to state, and I figure California unlimited.
Okay, well, on here that I'm reading, it says for attorneys' answers. Of course, there are limits to the number of appeals you get while on death row. The individual is not necessarily limited to a certain number of appeals, and it can be, in this person's mind, take many years to resolve.
Okay. There's no website that I can find that gives you like an actual number. Disney girl, how are you? Okay, I don't need to know that Lori Vallow either.
Capital offense and sentenced to death could take advantage of 3 successive procedures to challenge constitutional defects in his or her conviction or sentence.
Did that answer your question?
I could barely hear it. Could anybody
Okay.
else hear that? Let me turn you up a little bit.
Hold on, I'll put it up there. Just a minute.
Okay.
From latimes.com. Under
Oh.
the measures.
Okay, now I don't hear anything.
.com. Under the new law, a state inmate whose death sentence has been upheld by the state's highest court has only 180 days to file an appeal in federal court.
That's not
If
what
you'd
I
like
wanted.
another answer.
So they have 180 days to file, I guess, their first one.
Was that for federal court or state court?
I think it said federal.
Yeah.
So you can make as many appeals as you want to as long as you have new evidence. Without new evidence, there are only so many higher courts you can appeal a previous ruling. Okay.
The federal appeals process consists of 3 levels.
Oh. she's not answering me the way she did before? She's being a pain like Nightbot.
Betty Jo, we're trying to find out how many appeals you get in the state of Idaho on a death conviction.
Alexa will do that to you. I'm not even trying to mess with my own.
Yeah, I don't even deal with Alexa. It's bad enough I had to deal with Nightbot. Usually, if there is new evidence, the defendant has to file a state or federal writ of habeas corpus. Gina Marie said Alexa becomes stupid. I believe the death penalty has been presented behind closed doors. Your guess is as good as mine. Yes, BK is probably very nervous. Rich, you think he's nervous? I think that it may be setting in on him that he's not going to be able to get out of this. Possibly. Hey, Max, how are you? And it may be starting to bother him a little bit, which I think would be normal emotions, I guess.
Now, he would know, so would his attorneys and people in the court system, what type of DNA they've got against him. And if they got that red fluid inside that house, he's cooked.
Or his car.
Well, if he's got theirs,
Yeah.
their DNA in his car.
Yep. I mean,
I don't
how
think
would he
he has
explain?
anything in his house.
I'm thinking that if it's going to be anywhere as far as like their DNA, like the victims or whatever, it's going to be in the car. I think that, and I still think that it's possible that he might have stripped down like the outer layers of his clothes that he had on in there, so he wouldn't get it in his car. But if he's truly OCD like we suspect that he is, I could also see him having the inside of that car wrapped up in plastic.
Me too.
But you can't wrap the gas pedals, I wouldn't think.
That is true.
They have so many little nooks and crannies they can look in that you don't even realize. Like if he had the air conditioner on or things
Mhm.
like that, sometimes it can pick up a lot of evidence we don't even think about.
But I mean, and there's only one way if he didn't take his shoes off. But then again, he might have took his shoes off and drove barefoot for all we know. I don't know. There's a lot of things that you can think of that he possibly could have done. It's just we don't know the evidence that's been found in that car, and it all becomes theories at that point until we know anything.
As far as the gas pedal and the brake pedal, you can put tape over it. You can put a baggie
Yeah.
over it, a Ziploc baggie
Yeah.
over it.
Well, I mean, I was thinking even put those the thing like the booties that they put the like the CSI people whenever they go into a crime scene, they put it over their shoes. He could have done that. But I mean, there's things that he possibly could have done. It's just we don't know for a fact that he did that.
No, and we don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lady V, and I won't forget this time what I got to ask.
Okay, I was just going to say, and we don't know. Oh, dang it, I forgot.
Oh my gosh, y'all.
Well, I'll go ahead. We saw pictures of the forensic team going in. They got their mask on. They're all donned up in their clothing and booties and gloves and glasses, the whole works. At what point did that house get air out? If that smell was as bad as we're all thinking, where people could just walk in there freely without any protection on? Because I'm seeing pictures of agents in there and forensic teams without masks, just walking around. Now, what point did they open the house up and air it out?
Well, wasn't there some pictures of a cop standing at the front door, and the front door was open, and then there was one at the back slider, and that slider was open also?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I'm asking. See, I haven't seen that picture, so that's why I'm asking the question.
Well, you did see one. You saw where he was looking at the back screen door, and and sliding door and it was
It's
open.
open. Yeah.
Well,
They
yeah,
probably,
but
yeah,
it's
they
going to take
probably
more than
left it
30
open.
minutes. I'm sorry. It's going to take more than
No,
30
you're good.
minutes to get that smell out of there.
But yeah, I was just going to say too, we have the chance to sit here and think about things too. We need to think, how much adrenaline did he have? Did he have any fear of being caught? You're not, all of those little things are going to add up to, how much paranoia he had and all of this of wanting to get in, get out, make sure that his car was taken care of. You know what I mean? It's like, and then you have to get from the scene to getting inside to your car. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you just don't know how much time he allotted for any of that. Or if he even did, I mean, good grief. I mean, look how many things he did wrong, too.
Okay, so I was trying to answer Daniel back real quick in chat. Wasn't it the 14th? They said that his phone pinged in the area, but they don't believe that he was in the area.
I believe so.
Okay, so the 13th during the day from 9 to 9:30 was when they found out he left home, came to the area of the house, and then was back home by like, what was it, 9:32 or something like that. And then the next day, the 14th. Okay.
And then he didn't go back to
Yeah, I
Moscow
didn't.
after that.
Yeah, they didn't pick up any
So
more.
he had been in the area like 12 times,
Mhm.
early morning, late at night, before the murders. Was there the night of the murder, returned the next morning, and never went back.
So that would have been what, 14 times total? They're saying he
Right.
was around the
Yes.
house.
Yes.
Let's see. It's funny how we all sit here saying he didn't leave this evidence or that evidence, but if he didn't do this, whoever did it didn't leave it either. That's a good point. I still think I think he was the one who done it in the house. I just still think there was somebody else, and I can't. The 9-hour time gap in that car, the way that they explain that car in the PCA, it's one of those things where you hear it, and it just you can't get past it. You'll have to check your Siri because I found something, but I can't send it to you because I can't send. Can't see the email you. Oh, Betty Joe, I don't have Siri.
I do. I do.
Okay, so I don't know what it was that Betty Joe asked. Let me see. Betty Joe, put in chat if you can what it was that you asked, and then we'll get Lady V to ask. Shay, let me hold on one second. Let me find her. Let's see where Shay's at. I don't see Shay's.
Can you imagine how many experts are going to be called in and how many are going to experts to counter the expert?
Oh, I would say there's going to be a lot in this
I mean, we
case.
got the phone pings, and then you're going to get someone to prove that those things are as accurate as bathroom scales.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot, I think, of going back and forth.
Shay's question was, do you believe he went back inside the house that next morning?
If it's true about the kids being there that early, or somebody being there that early, I don't think he did. That might have been why he was going back, either to get the sheath because he knew that he left it there, or possibly just to see what he calls in the chaos that was going on, and just see if the cops were there or whatever. I think that would be the two reasons, or the two reasons that I could think of anyway, that he would have went back the next morning.
Right, but I don't think he did go inside the house.
No, probably not. I mean, it's
I think he thought
daylight.
about it.
Yeah, daylight. People are out and about that time of morning around there. He
And if
might have.
that
Go ahead.
if the front door was open at 8 or whatever, like the neighbor said, I think
Hmm.
that it would have been open, and I don't think that he would have thought somebody had shown up there, so he didn't go.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, it would be a huge risk for him to go back, park his car, be caught on camera again, being parked wherever he was parked at for uh, so many minutes or just any length of time, and then seen coming back out, because you know that if he went back into that house, even just to look for the sheep, he's gonna leave that house quickly like he did before.
Yeah.
Sally Mae, hold on, honey, just 1 second. I'm gonna slow it down.
Daniel, there was evidence of a struggle. They did fight. They said especially on the second floor. There
Yep,
was a hell of a fight.
Yep, that came out straight out of Mr. Gonzalez's mouth. That was his exact words.
But we don't have it in the PCA, right?
No,
Um. Okay, so wait, hold on.
I don't think so.
It's not in Brett Payne's PCA. Give me a second. Let me go to Sloopy's timeline, because everybody has talked about Blaker's PCA. Okay, let me find it. I've never paid a whole lot of attention to Blaker's, but I think this is where I've seen it at. Just 1 second. I exit off of this and this with that. Okay, I just want to make sure it doesn't knock me off, because let me see if I can find it, and then I'll pull it up, because I had to find his, because there is stuff on YouTube going around where in Brett Payne's PCA, it says about Dylan and Bethany's phone, the downloads from their phone. There's a typo. It says the suspect's video, or however it says, but it should say suspect's vehicle, but it says suspect's video. People are going around now on YouTube and saying that there must be a video of the suspect's car that Dylan and Bethany had on their phone. And it's in the part where it says that based off of what they got from Dylan and Bethany's phones, that they determined that the murders happened between 4 o'clock in the morning and 4:25. So I had to find Blaker's affidavit to go make sure that it was a typo, and it is, because in Blaker's it says suspect vehicle. So I got to looking at it, because I really haven't paid a whole lot of attention to it. And I believe in his, he talks about a little bit about what the crime scene looked like. I just got to find it. In this one, I can't search for it because it's in a different, it's not a PDF. But let me see if I can find it, and then I can pull it up. Lady V, I think Betty Joe was asking.
Yeah, I couldn't get an exact answer. They just
Okay.
need to have new information.
Okay.
Hello, Gigi.
Now we think Xana was on the phone at what, 4:17 playing TikTok, or
4:12.
4:12. So does that mean the two females upstairs are already gone? They're already deceased?
We don't know.
I mean, we don't know an exact time, but if he's seen at 4:04, the car is moving at 4:04. Let's just estimate it. He gets in the house by 4:06 to 4:07. He has to go up the stairs. I don't think he's going to just be running through the house to get upstairs. Possibly, I mean, 4:17 is when they're saying that the camera 50 feet away from Xana's room heard all that noise. So that's 5 minutes 412 is before those sounds were picked up on that camera. I mean, it could have been happening during the time that they're saying she was on TikTok.
See, that's what I'm figuring. He goes up there first, takes care of the two blondes, comes downstairs. It's probably about 4:15, 4:17, 4:18. He's taking care. Now he's got those two, and then he's walking on out, and that's when he's going to find. Of course, he's got an obstacle downstairs if there's a hell of a fight.
Right.
And we do know something happened. I don't know if you want to call that a foyer or a hallway or what on that second floor, because they're out there they're gathered around that one area.
Oh, that was in the living room. You're talking about where they were all standing and looking down and taking pictures, and where we could see it through the window or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, that was in the living room. Okay, so right here it says the King Road residence contained a significant amount of the red stuff from the victims, including spatter and cast off, and it explains what all that is, which, based on my training, makes it likely that the evidence was transferred to Kohberger's person, clothes, or shoes, and based on the location of the suspect vehicle in the 8458 phone immediately following the murders, it is probable that Kohberger went home to his residence. This is when they were trying to get the search warrant for his apartment and his office, and then that what's it called, the storage locker, is that what they called it? So it does explain in this affidavit where I haven't seen that in Payne's. So it gives a little bit about what it looked like in there.
You know, and everybody talks about there's not a blood trail, but we really don't know.
No, because they haven't came out and said if there was or not that I've seen anyway.
I mean, we don't know if there was prints or whatever, because I mean, we weren't close enough to be able to tell. And then a couple of days later, it snows.
Right. And I did, and I should have, and I'll pull it back up if I need to. But in Brett Payne's PCA, he says that whenever he went into Maddie's room and he sees Kaylee and Maddie deceased in there, that he later noticed the leather sheath, and he said it was visible from the door or whatever. But in Blaker's affidavit, it says that the Indiana or Idaho State Police let him know that they found the leather sheath in the bed with Maddie and Kaylee. So who was it that found the sheath? That was another thing, because most of those two affidavits are almost word for word.
Well, my thoughts on that would be that maybe the Idaho State Police did find it, and Payne puts it down as, well, later it was noticed. He doesn't say he didn't find it. He's just saying later it was noticed.
Yeah. So I mean, he could, I don't know. It's the flipping words of these PCAs. A better question is, why would he go on camera even during the commission of such a horrible crime, especially if he has been there 12 times, which is described as in the area of, by the way, also on car and phone.
His phone was in airplane mode, so it didn't hit the towers that night.
Yeah, they just got him
until he got back to Pullman.
Right. It just shows what time it was either turned off or in airplane mode, and then what time it came back on.
Right.
But a question, I guess I asked it wrong the other night. At what point could his attorney contest the PCA? That's what got him arrested, was the PCA.
Mm-hmm.
So at what point, because I haven't seen any part of that. Maybe y'all haven't, I missed it. And boy, did I. But, Your Honor, everything in this PCA is a lie.
Well, that's what she's doing now. She's contesting the indictment, which is the PCA.
Okay. So now,
that were
so
the filings today
it takes this
or yesterday.
long, right? It takes this long to get that done, right?
Yes, she's trying to get a stay for everything to stop while they
So
get
they
the
can,
stuff that they want, and then they can challenge, and they can also challenge the indictment, which
yeah,
is why he stood silent. Because if
because
you stand silent, you can challenge the indictment.
and once they finally do get the grand jury stuff, they still got to go through it and all that too. So, she never contested.
I would want my attorney way before that grand jury met to be. I could prove where I was at that night. I had nothing to do with this. That's me. But I'm saying I would want all this done way before that grand jury met. I don't want to sit here for 6 weeks and wait to contest a PCA. I should be able to contest that within 3 to 10 days.
I mean, if I had a rock solid alibi or just an alibi at all that I could say, hey, I was not there when what y'all are accusing me of happened, I would have done that when I was still sitting in Pennsylvania. But
even if he was going to buy drugs, like some people say in that neighborhood,
I would
I would
have
be
told
having
it.
my drug dealer there telling y'all, this is my.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather be known for buying drugs than for killing 4 people.
Right. I mean, but it was said that he had to be extradited from Pennsylvania out to Idaho before they would know what evidence they had on him. But it wouldn't have mattered. I'd have been like, no, I couldn't have done it because I was here doing this. Whether it was going to see, somebody to buy drugs or going to see a girlfriend or a friend or whatever. I don't care what it was, how embarrassing it would have been, whatever. If I knew that I was not there and committed those crimes, I would have gave it up as soon as they told me what I was being arrested for.
Oh yeah, you and me both.
I mean, and then I would have asked for my attorney because I'd have been like, no, I wasn't there. This is where I was at. Now I need my attorney. Like y'all got where I was at. Y'all go find it. And you will see that that's where I was at. Alibi simple, late night Thai food run. I mean, if he was driving around late at night and that's all he was doing, that's not a big deal. People do that all the time. Here in the country where I live, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, there's people on the road just riding around at night. That's not a big deal. And I don't think that if that's what he was doing, I don't think he's weird for that.
Why would he have his phone off?
Yeah, that's the weird part. Like, what do you feel the need that you need to cut your phone off? Just
I accidentally bumped it.
But can you accidentally bump it to turn it off? Because like mine, you have to hit the button on the side and then it pops up on the screen to either restart or turn off.
No, it shouldn't be.
I've put my phone in my pocket and I've called people.
Well, yeah, but that's not turning it off.
Yeah. I mean, my daughter did that the other night. She called it, what was it, like 11:30 at night?
It's like, okay, so on an iPhone, if you want to turn it off or you even want to restart it, you're talking about 10 seconds.
Right. Because even with mine, I have an Android. You have to put, and I'm doing it now. In order for my screen to come on, I have the fingerprint thing on the back. You have to pull that up. Mine, I can either hold the button on the side or I have to swipe all the way down, turn it off. So let's just,
They want to make sure, if you want your phone off, it's off. But I mean, it's a whole lot. Calling somebody's one thing, turning it completely off is another. If we're talking about just airplane, you're talking about maybe 5 seconds, to do that, but not to turn it off.
Yeah,
to turn it completely off, you have to press 2 buttons and hold it for a while till the other thing pops up so you can swipe it to turn off.
Yeah, exactly. That's how mine is. You have to hold the power button for at least 2 to 3 seconds just for the page to come up to either restart or turn off. Hey, Sarah, how are you?
Your Honor, is it against the law to turn your phone off while you drive around at night? Thank you. No, listen. Think about this.
Riddler is going to come up with something.
Well, I mean,
no, it's not. But it's not it's odd behavior because it doesn't fit with his patterns. Because even if that's
Exactly.
what he's been doing the last 12 times he was over there, he didn't do that.
Now, I mean,
True.
Aurora Rain does make a good point. The phone could have died, but if he turned it back on right before he got home, apparently it
Yeah.
didn't die.
Which he did. Now, could he argue, okay, I left my house to go drive around because that's just something that I do late at night. The phone was dead. It went off. I plugged it in to charge it and I cut it back on. Right. It was charged up enough that I could cut it on before I got home. I mean,
Yeah.
that could be argued.
Now, on an iPhone, that wouldn't work because your
No.
iPhone, it automatically turns back on once it's charged enough.
The leading phone expert, and I've sent y'all the link before, has already said if they're going by those 12 pings, it could cost them the case. Says it cannot pinpoint where he's at. And this guy has gotten people out of trouble before. And he's the
Right,
leading
but
expert in the nation.
if his car has a
Well, yeah,
little
we
bit
don't
of
know. Yeah,
technology on it, it can tell exactly where his car was.
I
Because I
agree with
know
you.
I had a 2014 before the one that I have now, and it had OnStar and all that on there, and it could tell, if you went and got the data off of it, you could have seen everything. And that's what can totally nail you compared with your phone data.
Now,
But
here could be
there,
his alibi. He he's on the way to Moscow to go get some drugs. He needs some pot so he can fall asleep. Make it a simple drug. All right. He picks up a hitchhiker on the way that's wearing black outfit. And the hitchhiker wants to go get drugs too. So come on, I'm going the same place. He drops him off there. Well, the guy stole my knife out of my car. I hope y'all find him. If you don't believe me, ask Amazon if that's not my knife.
Okay, well,
I
if you're
mean,
going to
there's
buy weed, you wouldn't have to go to Moscow because it's legal in Washington.
yeah, but it's all
right.
dried up. They're closed at 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. They're gonna come
Yo,
up with 1,000
Hey,
excuses.
Riddler
They
would
they
make a
wouldn't
need to
hell
give
listen.
of
him
a defense
ideas.
attorney.
And the reason I'm saying this, they wouldn't have got this far, the defense, if they're not going to come out with this with egg on their face. They've got something up their sleeves. And that's why they had to bring in extra prosecutors for Moscow, because those people there could not do this trial. They're not they don't have that type of experience of doing murder trials and doing 4 people at once. So the state had to go bring in 2 more experts to do this trial. And everybody was worried about this guy that looks like Santa Claus trying this case. So that's why I'm trying to say they better have everything they need. The best evidence is going to be the red fluid DNA, like you said, either in the car or in the house. His in the house and theirs in the car. They don't have that, they're in trouble. Unless they got license plates that we didn't see and they got a picture of his face driving in the car and
I
pulling
said
up
we don't
to
even
that.
know if they have that. Whenever they got the car on camera, did they have him driving it or in the car? And Shay made a point a minute ago that I completely forgot about. But Mr. Gonzalez did say, and this isn't coming from law enforcement, so I don't think Mr. Gonzalez has a reason to lie about this either. But he did say that Bryan's phone did connect. Hey, no fear, how are you? Was it that it connected to their Wi-Fi, or did it just
It touched their
It
Wi-Fi.
touched it? Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, there he's going to have problems. That's another problem he's going to have.
But if he argues that he's in that area to see someone for just certain things, just and that I'm not saying that's what happened, we're just theorizing right now. If he was to say, okay, well, I was in the area. I drove by the house. I went to see somebody for so and so reason. Then he's going to have to drag that person in for them to corroborate what he's saying.
Well, it just depends on how long and at what their range was set on the router, at how far away
Right. Because, like, if you're driving on the
that picks
highway,
up.
if you're going on the highway and you're driving through an area where it's highly residential or even commercial that has free Wi-Fi, I mean, I don't know how many different Wi-Fi's mine has picked up here and there on the way someplace. Does it mean that it's just touched it that way, or did it touch it
Yes.
and do something else?
Yeah, touching means that when you
Exactly.
pull it pulls up all the ones in your area.
Right.
But I think that you can set your router at how close that person can be in order to touch your Wi-Fi, whether it's protected or not. Because even if it's not protected, even if it's protected, somebody can still touch your Wi-Fi because it still pulls up.
See, I told y'all this before. I'm 99% sure he did it. I'm just wondering what the defense is going to come. Now they brought in what the defense brought in their two more experts. I mean, these are big ones here to go up against them. So they've got something up their sleeve on this.
Where they're going to go after every single thing that there is. But if his phone's turned off, honestly, how could he touch their Wi-Fi? That's what I want to know.
I wonder, like, which one of the 12 times before the murder happened did he touch the Wi-Fi?
Yeah,
And
that's what I want to know.
like, how close do you have to be? Because like mine, I can be sitting out in my yard, and once I get past a certain distance from my house, and mine is sitting right here in my bedroom at the wall, you ain't touching nothing. Like, you're getting a dead zone. You ain't getting no signal, no nothing. Once I get closer to the house, you start picking it up or whatever. Hey, Tara, how are you? But I wonder how close he had to be to theirs. Like, where was it at in the house? How close do you have to be to the house in order to pick it up? Because if you got to be in the yard, he's got a problem. If you've got to be close to one of the front door, back door, one of the windows or whatever, he's got a problem. Because how's he going to explain that then? That his phone touched it.
My phone will pick up mine 2 blocks away.
Good Lord.
Yes.
You need to change that. Mine won't go that far.
Well, I mean, I'm sitting here and I don't have any neighbors for a mile or two, but I can pull up my phone and I can see other people's, at least 2 other Wi-Fis.
Yeah, my neighbor that lives past my house, but behind my house, kind of off to the side or whatever, they're kind of in the woods too. If I'm standing in a certain area in my yard, I can pick up their Wi-Fi from their camper, but not their house. And but I can be in my yard and not pick mine up at all. So I don't know if because their camper Wi-Fi is different from, because we have the same company as far as like the house Wi-Fi or what. But 2 blocks away.
Well, I know
Is,
I know there are people that will sit outside of people's houses, and like, I'm not sure how far away, but they'll set it and they'll use their Wi-Fi.
That's true, Lady V. And some of it, if you're I don't know how it works because I'm not a Comcast customer, but I know a guy. He's got a business. He doesn't have to pay for internet. He's getting it off the business next door to him. He's getting off their Wi-Fi, but he's not actually going in signing into their Wi-Fi. And I don't know how that works.
Well, I know
Is it a
that
hotspot? I don't know if it's a hotspot or what.
we have our schools here. Everything is basically online, but you don't have textbooks anymore. Everything, you get a computer in kindergarten. And I know that when the kids were like in high school or whatever, and they had homework, and maybe you didn't have Wi-Fi, a lot of them would just go up to the parking lot and connect to the school's Wi-Fi. But they had to sit in the parking lot to do it.
Hold on, y'all. I'm looking at something.
It just depends on what you have yours set at.
Okay. Vapor, how are you?
Good. How is everybody?
Well, I
Doing
know
good.
we have a little getaway cabin back in our wooded area at our house. It's probably, I don't know, 300 to 500 feet away from the house, and it's my husband can't get the Wi-Fi out there either because he's tried to hook up a TV out there. Also, a lot of people nowadays will have Wi-Fi boosters too. Hey,
True.
Vapor.
Hello.
All right. So, Vapor, what do you think about all this?
Come on.
Well, we know what you think about Anne. So,
What about the
just about
bald-headed guy?
Little bitch. And now we got, so it's going to be the trial. It's going to be called the little trial, in my opinion. You got little liar, you got little bitch, and then you got the little boy that's going to be sitting in between them, trying not to get smacked.
it's going to be a very interesting trial.
It's going to be nothing but games. That's all she knows how to do.
That too.
Apparently, she plays him pretty good. She got to get the guy off.
Yeah, and then he got convicted on the retrial because she didn't do nothing but play a game. I'm going to tell you one thing that I am not very pleased about, and that is the prosecutor, the lead prosecutor, this district attorney just scares me. I don't trust him at all, and not in the way of playing fair. I mean, I just think that I don't know. I don't know. I don't think he's all that bright. I think he just wants to argue the points like he should, but I don't think he's ready for the games.
I mean, is he ready for a trial like this?
I mean, I don't even know if he was the district attorney the last time they had a murder in that town, which was what, 7 years ago? Almost
I think
8.
he was. Let me see. What's his name? William Thompson?
I still think they should turn it over to the federal cases. I mean, I think they should turn it over and have it be a federal case because he crossed state lines to commit the crimes. If this is the one that did it, he crossed a state line to do it. So why wouldn't they be able to set it in a federal court and have...
Well, they can prosecute him both in state and federal court for the same crime. It's not double jeopardy.
Exactly.
Even if he gets found guilty, the federal court can automatically prosecute him. If he's found not guilty, federal court can still prosecute him.
They can still retry him.
Yeah, can't be in the same sovereign court.
But
if you committed a federal crime, which murder is a federal crime, and a state crime, both courts can have you.
Maybe that's what they need to do then.
I don't have faith in him. It's not that I don't trust him. I don't have any faith in what I've seen out of him so far.
Well, maybe he's just going to sit there and let the other two guys do it.
What other two guys? Because that young guy that was in there presenting arguments on that Monday or whenever it was, that guy.
That's you're talking about for the defense?
For the prosecution.
That was oh shit! What did they said his name? I can't remember. It wasn't the guy that they brought in later. Was it Jeff Nye? It wasn't him. But I can't remember what his name is. But I don't know if he's new to this type of work or he seemed very nervous. when he was up there talking.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely not ready for something like this.
No. And also, Bill Thompson became the prosecutor in Latah County in 1992.
Oh my gosh.
So
It's been
31 years?
Yeah, 31 years. Come on.
Is that right? Is my math right
No,
tonight?
no, you're right.
And I don't want to cast judgment on him. He may be able to do this job. It just doesn't appear that way because you don't see the experience in the last, like we said, 7 years.
I can't. Oh my.
I don't know. Maybe.
And how much does Ann Taylor have experience? When was her last time she did a murder trial?
I don't know, but nobody thought that the Murdaugh prosecutor, that they weren't ready for it either. So we just don't know till it's time.
Well, I mean, I hope he's up for it. I mean,
I've had prosecutors and public defendants tell me, you go in courtroom A, you win. You go in courtroom B, you lose. Different jury.
I remember looking it up once before how long Ann Taylor has been an attorney. Let me see if I can find it again.
She in her 40s, Steve?
Ann Taylor's 57.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. She's older than me.
What's that one defense attorney, Greg Gregaris or Greg?
Who, Garagos?
Yes. He was on TV the other night, and he was thinking, unfortunately, we were on the same brainwave. He was saying...
Mark Garagos.
Yeah.
Mark, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, might be.
Wasn't he...
he was for... Wasn't he for... Wait, no, he's not the one that was on OJ's team, was he?
No.
He was on the police officer that has about 5 wives missing.
Oh, Peterson?
No.
And the Menendez brothers, wasn't he theirs?
I thought
he's done a lot.
Yeah, he's very. But he's saying if they don't have the red fluid DNA, that he says the defense can win this. He said the phone pings don't mean a thing. He said we've beaten them plenty of times. So I mean. But we don't know what's on camera either.
Okay.
That's a fact.
Oh, shit, I wrote this down wrong. All right, so Ann Taylor has been with the Kootenai County Public Defender's Office since 2004. Then she was assigned to the lead position in 2017 after John Adams retired.
But wasn't she... I thought she was... had her own private thing for a while too before that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find. Because I remember looking it up once before about her, and it said when she became an attorney. I just gotta find it. Okay, this isn't yet. This just tells about the...
Now, she has something overturned, but it came back with the same results. Am I right?
Yeah.
It was, I was just reading in the other article, it was about a guy that ran over a lady in the middle of the road, and he was sentenced to like 25 years. And she found where an officer had lied in the case, but he ended up getting retried. I know I've seen it somewhere where it told how long she's been an attorney.
She's older than I thought. I thought she was in her 40s.
Alexa, how long has Ann Taylor been an attorney?
Alexa's going to hate us.
Lawford.com. Litigations, with an emphasis on defending clients faced with mass disasters and high-stakes insurance contract disputes.
Oh, boy.
If you'd like another answer, just say, Alexa, next.
I didn't realize I was on. I thought I muted myself. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Okay, so it says Taylor, 57, has led Kootenai County's public defender's office since June of 2017. That's when she became the lead. She previously worked in the same office from 2004 to 2012, then shifted to a private practice before returning to take the helm, according to the Coeur d'Alene Press. So, I don't
I
think
agree,
she
Betty Joe.
think she started out as a public defender though in 2004. How old would she have been in 2004?
Huh?
If she's 57, how old would she have been when she was in 2004?
38.
Okay, so she
It's
had
about
to.
19 to 20 years difference, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Shit. Google is not wanting to cooperate tonight either.
I don't.
Okay.
I just need this whole thing to start so I can stop hearing everybody come up with off the wall crap.
Yeah, because just the rumors.
I would think she would have become an attorney in the mid 90s.
Surely, if I can find
or earlier.
She's
article.
not married and doesn't have kids, right?
I don't know. I've never seen anything about like her private life, or as far as that. But I know I've seen it somewhere that says when she became. Okay, so attorney biography, licensed for 25 years. Ann Sher Taylor is a criminal defense lawyer in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. So she's been licensed for 25 years. Bar license, member in good standing in 1998. She's on the Idaho Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. She's on the board of directors for that. So
You
she's
don't
been
know H-Town if they are lying to you.
really
The
was
only
straight
thing
up
that
with
we
us.
know for sure that they lied about was in the beginning when they were trying to find somebody.
Yep. Both girls slept through everything. They were both on the first floor. It was a target. The house was a target. Someone else was a target in the house. There's no danger. There is danger. I mean, and honestly, they didn't even have to say anything really in the very beginning.
And stop to think about it. Maybe it's just a threat. Who knows what it is? But that tort, who's all included? And one of them is the sheriff's department. Well, not the sheriff's department. I think it's the Moscow police. No, I think it's the college police, isn't it? Or is it the Washington State?
Now, WSU has a police department. University of Idaho don't. They just use.
All right. Well, he's going
Moscow.
after. I believe he's going after Washington State Police Department. Is he going after Moscow Police Department?
Wait, is who going after him now? Say that again.
Mr. Gonsalves has filed a tort. Doesn't say for how much, but it does name who the defendants will be.
Yeah, it's Washington State University, Idaho State Police, Moscow Police Department, and the University of Idaho.
I mean, I don't know why he's. First of all, it's bad timing. He's got 2 years to file that. His lawyer should have waited till after the trial and filed it.
Mm-hmm.
At least I would have, because now the defense can say, "See, even the victim's parents don't think y'all did the right job."
Okay, I'm trying to figure out how old she would have been in 1998. This may take me a minute.
Who, Taylor?
Yeah.
Well, I guess she's going to turn 58 this year if she was born in 65. And you want to know how old she was when?
In 98. That's when she became an attorney.
Oh, so she'd have been 43, I think.
In 98?
Oh, not 98. I thought you meant, no, okay. So it would have been 38.
It's 25. Take 25 off.
35.
Okay, so in 98, she would have been 35.
If she was born in 65, she'd have been 33.
Oh my Lord, this sounds like my family. My mom would, every time that we'd have to ask how old the girl or aunt was, she's now let's see, Jane.
Okay, Lady V, you're breaking up really bad.
Yeah,
She'd
this
have
is
been
25.
Kimchi. If she was born in 65, in 98, she would have been 33.
Okay, I'll just agree 33. It's after 8 o'clock, and my math don't work too good after 8 o'clock.
32. She would have been 32.
You know, with her whole thing about this grand jury wanting all the evidence and all the stuff she's asking for, I mean, I've always thought that grand juries were private and they weren't allowed to have anything out of the grand jury. And I wouldn't give her a damn thing. And I would, you can go ahead and let your little boy sit in jail forever. I don't care.
Yeah, I can't wait till the trial starts. I really can't. Hey, Brooklyn, how are you?
And all of these things that they ask for and they claim this and they claim that, in my opinion, goes to show the judge that it should be televised.
Right.
Because they're going to claim everything and then nobody's going to get to see them either prove it or not prove it. We're going to have to hear the opinion of somebody who sat in the courtroom that day.
Yeah. I just think that if they wanted to prove to the public that he gets a fair trial,
right?
After all of this whole argument over the gag order and people watching his facial expressions and criticizing him, and if the gag order wasn't in place, he wouldn't get a fair trial because it would taint the jury. Then put the cameras in the courtroom during the trial so we can see this fair trial. Because then we know that Ann Taylor's side and the state side are not hiding anything, but let the public see it.
Definitely.
And I mean, and they're sitting here crying. I told my husband this today. I don't know if anybody else has been watching the YNW Melly trial, but Ann Taylor and all them are crying about people scrutinizing Bryan Kohberger's facial expressions and his jaw clenching. Y'all should watch the YNW Melly trial. There are people all over Twitter that is talking about every little thing that this dude does with his face. So Bryan is not the only person who gets scrutinized.
Okay, and
on
so
trial.
How is that affecting that person's trial, though?
It's not, and there's cameras in the courtroom, and they're zooming in on him. Which this dude is a rapper. He is there on a double murder charge. But it's as far as the cameras, it's not hurting his trial. They're showing so far all the witnesses that has been on the stand. They are showing the evidence that's been put up on the projector or up on the screen or whatever. They're showing everything.
Good. That's what it should be.
And the only thing that they have not showed is the jury, and that's it. Everything else gets showed. Yeah, and it's not affecting his trial.
That's just their excuse.
I think so.
Well, they just cry about everything. They're paper pushers at this point.
Rich, have a good night. Rich says, P.S. BK is guilty, committed the crime by himself. He will settle for life in prison. Good night.
He's not going to settle for life in prison if it's not offered to him, because like I've said 100 times, the prosecution better not offer a plea deal. If a plea deal is going to come about, it needs to come from their side wanting it and giving up everything the prosecution wants for it. If the prosecution offers it, I believe that shows weakness on their part, and I would never do that as a prosecutor.
True.
That's what I'm saying. They're not just going to give them whatever. They're going to give them what they're ordered to give them.
Life if he confesses. Penny, let me ask you something. Do you think that he would confess? Just in your opinion. Just on which you talking about YNW Melly? Is that what you're talking about? He's got some good ass lawyers, y'all. His defense team, every witness that state has put on the stand so far. His attorneys are eating them up. Hey, Tommy Jude, how are you? He's not accepting a plea deal at all, even if they ask him. No, he will not confess. I don't think he would either. I think um, the ego part wouldn't let him, unless his attorneys talked him into it, if that ever came up. But let's see, probably to future torture the families. Okay. And I'm with Roger. I just want to see some actual evidence. Other than the PCA, I want to see what else they got.
Yeah.
I mean, we can only speculate and give our theories and our opinions on so much, and talk about the same thing over and over. But until we see the actual evidence, the only thing that we know for 100% fact is 4 kids have died.
Needlessly.
Right. Hey, Donnie, how are you? I don't think that there's no excuse in the world that anybody could give on the reason why these kids were murdered that would justify it. None at all. I mean, not them, not anybody that's been murdered. Okay, just on that who you're talking about. Yeah, he's been giving some crazy facial expressions, arguing with people in the courtroom, everything else.
Yeah, Betty Joe, I really don't care if they lift the gag order or not. I mean, as long as we can have cameras in the courtroom and I can see what goes on during the trial,
Right.
I don't know.
It would, in order for us, like all of these rumors that we've been hearing going on.
Right.
The only way for the public, who is, and meaning us, people on social media who has listened to all these rumors that's been put out about these kids, and a lot of them, the drug thing, I have been screaming, I don't believe. But the only way for it to be 100% true and the public not have to rely on what the media is saying, and we know how the media likes to twist stuff also, is for them to put the cameras in the courtroom and let the public watch it and listen to it. And that's going to get rid of all of these rumors. If it turns out to not be true, these people who have been throwing these rumors out about the drugs and this and that, they're going to look like a bunch of flipping idiots.
Yeah.
When it gets proven.
Unfortunately, well, so far, there's not going to be any backlash on them for any of it.
So far, everything you said is true, Scarlett, about when they do bring the cameras in the courtroom, the truth comes out.
Right.
And then we get to put away well, what about that? They didn't bring this up in the court. Well, because it wasn't the truth.
Right.
And I've seen that in several, and I don't stay glued to them all the time, but I've seen that in several cases that were televised where, like you said, the media will give you enough bait to bite, and then these people go berserk on YouTube.
Let's see. Are there drugs at Moscow University? Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure there are drugs. It was 1122 a drug hotel. Did a roommate have some for sale? But see, we still don't know that, and people keep throwing that out that this was a trap house, this was a drug house, Zena was a dealer, Maddie got upset and flushed $250,000 worth of dope down the toilet. Do you realize how hard it would be to flush $250,000 worth of dope down a toilet?
Well, besides that, you get a plumber in there. If it's in bags, he can retrieve it.
Right. I mean, is there?
believe
drugs
for
at
a
the
second that they sold drugs out of
I
that
don't
house.
either. And I
No.
mean, don't get me wrong. Is there drugs at the college? Yeah, there's drugs at every college in the US, I'm pretty sure. But does that mean that they were dealing drugs out of the house? No.
Well,
I
just
don't
because they said it was a party house doesn't mean they sold drugs. It might just be that that's a good area for everybody to go party in, or that the kids just liked having parties there, but not necessarily dealing anything. I mean,
So you got you.
didn't we read her diary thing the other night?
Yeah.
yeah, I have the screenshots of it. I don't think I read it off though. Like her goals and stuff like that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah, I have it. Hold on, I'll pull
because
it up.
there's nothing at all. If anything, that document that she wrote in her own handwriting absolutely does not match anything in any way, shape, or form of dealing with the DRUGS.
And there is a part in there that I saw about her. Not that I think she was eating vegan, but I mean, she was talking about eating healthy and only vegetables and all kinds of stuff like
Exactly. If
that.
you're going to do that, you don't want to poison your body. If
Well,
you're
I don't
that
know. BK kind of did.
And
Well, no,
also,
but he's doing it for specific reason. She's doing it because she doesn't want to gain weight. She wants her brain to work as well as it does, and all of that.
Right.
You're not gonna be poisoning it constantly if you're that self conscious about everything you eat and all.
You know what the word vegan means, don't you? Poor hunter.
Hungry person.
We used to have bumper stickers like that. Vegan poor hunter.
Okay, and Just Don makes a good point. If people read Kaylee's journal, they would change their minds regarding the drugs. There's 2 pages that I've seen come out. This is one of them, and this is the things that she values. And it says, wait, I gotta move it because this little stop sharing thing is in my way down here.
And
Okay,
she goes
so
like right down the line from the very most important things on down to the
right,
least important things.
right, and it says things that I value is God, my family, mom, dad, Stephen, Olivia, Autumn, Aubrey, Nana, Grandma, Aunt Tammy, Uncle. I
Chris.
can't. Who?
Chris.
Chris. Okay. Sabrina, Bryce, Phoebe. Is that
Dahlia.
Delia
Yeah.
or Dahlia? Okay. Fox. My friends: Maddie, Xana, Dylan, Bethany, Josie, Laura, Zoe, Nat G, Ash, Nat F, Riley, Bailey, Daisy, Chloe, B, Sailor, Kayla, Katie, Phoebe, Erica, Sophia, Ruby, Ashlyn, Kendra, Haley, Jaden, Emma. Then she has Jack. She has 2 hearts beside a Jack. Murphy, my job, my health, my space, room, upstairs, alone time, my future, my looks, my social life. I can't see what it says past that, but let me grab the next
And
page here.
this was in how old was Murphy? So like this was like in
Yeah, I don't think he was a
about
year
six
old.
months time before
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
So since she has Murphy in there.
Yeah,
So
and I think he turned a year old right after the murders happened, I believe.
that Autumn's the one that put this out on her birthday post for Kaylee on her Instagram,
Right.
and Bethany commented on it.
What'd she say?
Really?
I could look it up, but she commented on it.
Okay, because somebody had sent me these screenshots, these 2 pages, and then what Autumn had said to Kaylee. I'd actually read that on her birthday.
Yeah.
What Autumn had said, but I didn't know that she had commented on it though.
Bethany commented on it, not Autumn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't know that she had. That's interesting though.
Let me pull it up real quick.
Okay, you find it, and then I'm gonna read this real quick.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So it says, first, my goals. The most important thing for me to realize is that I am setting these goals as a lifestyle change. So, no set end date. One, I want to build my relationship with God. Podcasts, Bible study, journaling, churches, TikToks, prayer walks, prayer, worship, and first hour with God every morning. Two is to eat whole foods only, veggies, fruits, proteins, and grains. Three is to focus on my relationships, God, family, friends, and Jack. And behind Jack, she puts two hearts. Four says she wants to work out daily. Walk, gym, yoga, Pilates. Five, take Murphy on 2 walks a day. Six is to take 25,000 steps daily, walking with a treadmill. She wants to read daily, drink more water. I can't see. Oh shit! Where did my thing go? I can't see past it on that side. But number 13 says get TikTok famous. And
And
if y'all remember,
four,
whenever I read the thing that her sister had put out, she said you're TikTok famous. Is what
and
Autumn said to her.
yeah, and then 14 says sleep what?
Let's see. Hold on.
It's right where four,
Uh,
right where four is.
4. Oh, sleep schedule. I'm glad you've seen that because I didn't see it. So
Yeah,
I
I
don't.
mean, to me, that does not sound like a person that's like in the DRUG trade. It just,
No, it doesn't.
and I kind of, going by these 2 pages, I kind of believe kind of what her mom was saying was, she wanted to take a break, but she wouldn't, she'd probably get back with Jack.
Yeah, probably.
I could believe that maybe they did some party drugs every now
Oh,
and then.
yeah.
Did they experiment? I can probably believe that. Were they
Yeah.
hardcore? No. Were they selling it? No.
No,
N-
no, it never went past, oh, I'm going to try this. I'm going to,
And there's
Let me
no
or whatever.
guarantee. There's no guarantee that they even tried it because some kids just don't even want to try it either. Don't even want the experiment part of it.
Right.
there's
And
the,
in the Greek system, you do have a code of conduct,
Hmm.
and that's not part of it. So it
in
just
the
depends on how
military.
serious.
In the military, there's people caught selling drugs, and they get urine tested more than anybody I know, and they never failed a urine test. And it was a captain and a sergeant. They were on, I think, a C-5 aircraft, and they were bringing it in and distributing it. And they had over 290,000 ecstasy pills they had brought through and
Dang.
distributed. Now, how much? How much? I don't know. I wouldn't know. How much is an ecstasy pill?
Oh, I have no
I guess
idea.
it depends. I mean, I don't
Probably
know.
Back in
about
my day,
$5 a pill.
it was like $20 a pill.
So they're making some pretty good money there. They got sentenced in prison, plus they got to pay $1 million fine. I think is what ended up happening to them. But drugs are everywhere. They're on college campuses. There's police officers who sell drugs and got caught. Now we don't know about the ones that did get caught. So I'm not saying these girls were. They don't show any signs of it as a user. That's for sure.
Well, just think of it like this: the whole thing is going around about Maddie flushing $250,000 worth down the toilet. Do y'all honestly think that if this house had $250,000 worth of drugs in it, that they're just going to let whoever fronted them that they're just going to let it be in a house that has people coming in and out all the time?
When they're
Uh,
not there.
exactly, when they're not there, and they're just going to leave it there unguarded?
I can't
No,
imagine.
Some
I can't
people may
imagine
say
college
that's,
kids getting fronted $250,000.
no.
That's more of
No.
a general,
I mean,
not
that's
the pawns.
And so
everybody knows
when did
how
when
they're not responsible. Most college kids in their college days are not that responsible. I
when
mean, come on.
when did Maddie have time to flush $250,000 worth of whatever?
eight
I don't know
hours.
because she was, uh, you know, she was either at work or she was at class, except for at night. And I just don't think that if Maddie would have found something like that, she would have stayed living in that house.
No.
Plus,
Heck
she
I
was
no.
in a
just I just don't
sorority,
believe it.
right?
Yeah,
She
she
was
was
in a
part of a
sorority.
sorority.
And see,
Hmm.
they got little chores they have to do. I call them chores, but and it could be something as simple as assist with the parking at the football game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Bethany's response to Autumn's birthday post was, "This is beautiful. She would be so proud of you. The world won't be the same without her. Sending much love and prayers to you and your family today," with 2 red hearts.
And that is Bethany's account for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that was nice of her to say.
Thank you, Vapor.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, yeah, I don't know. Uh, I don't know. I don't know. This whole thing's just bullshit. And I know people, you know, around the country, I'm sure this happens every day and not 4 at a time, but, I mean, it's still just, I don't know. It just sucks, to be quite honest, to have
Now,
to sit and watch as a bystander while all these people suffer because of somebody's, for whatever reason, it doesn't matter, just for, for whatever reason they did this. Yeah, it, like I said before, I wish that I would have had to never know their names.
Right.
And it's not because I think anything bad of them. It's just that the only reason I know their names is because of this. And I would be just fine going through my life never knowing who they were, if this just would have never happened. But here we are, and we get to play games with Little Liar for the next 15 years because,
Yeah.
I don't know.
and Scarlett, you can also rest assured with the FBI there and if the state attorney's doing his homework, they're going to investigate the victims as well.
Well,
And,
yeah.
and if something like that would have came up, that would be a bombshell in the courtroom. And so
Yeah.
that's why I just don't see them distributing drugs or intaking any kind of major drugs. Do they smoke marijuana? Okay, I I can
But
turn my
I
head on
mean,
that.
yeah.
But I just don't see
If
the
they
cocaine.
did, but
And I guess the big thing now is fentanyl, right?
yeah, I
In
think
the
so.
colleges.
What?
Well, the big
Fentanyl.
thing now on college campuses now would be fentanyl.
I guess. I mean, I don't know why anybody'd want to be
Well,
around
my
that
daughter,
stuff. From what I know about it, it's so damn dangerous that,
Yeah, it's super strong.
I mean, it's not a beginner drug in my opinion.
my daughter is about their age, and she's in college, and I mean, it's still white snow is a big thing, I know, and the pills
Hmm.
of whatever type, aside from the, you know, green stuff. But I don't know. I can see doing something here or there or whatever, but I don't see a major trafficking ring or
I don't
selling
either.
anything.
I don't either.
And people were partying in their house. You have to think they live right there. They're in the Greek lot. There's a lot of people that live on the college campus or in those Greek houses, and so they can't do what they want to do there. So they go over there and they do it. And I would not be surprised if they just left their house open or let whoever came in there that was Greek. And people want to talk about Bryan coming to their parties and stuff, and that's how he met them or whatever. But if you've ever been around Greek life, if you're not in that Greek system, you're not going to go to one of their parties. I don't care if it's just in their house or what. You're not going to be able to show up there and walk in there because those people, I mean, they don't even hardly talk to people who aren't also in the Greek life. They're not surely not friends with them. And if some stranger showed up at their house and they weren't in the Greek life, then they're not going to be getting into those parties either.
But
Right.
didn't what's his name? The weird guy. Didn't he say he just walked into one of their parties one night?
They
Oh,
were in the backyard, and he just went in
Okay.
the backyard and handed them a half bottle of cooking wine that he had just used.
that was the creepy neighbor. His words was, "I just want." They were having my neighbors were having a party, and I just wandered into their party.
But he didn't go inside. They were in their backyard, is where they were around a fire or whatever. And he was like, "Hey, I have this bottle of wine. Do y'all want it?" And they were like, "Sure." And I guess they took it and probably visited with them for a minute or two, and he took off. I mean, it wasn't like what,
He's
Wasn't
still the creepy neighbor.
wasn't there a
but
video
it
one?
wasn't like
Yeah,
showing
yeah,
up and partying with them.
right. I get what you're saying.
Wasn't there a video where the police arrived and they knock on the door and they said we need to see the owner, and they said there is no owner here.
Right.
Yeah,
need to see it.
Yeah,
that was the okay. So that was I don't remember the night, but that was the police showed up that before midnight, and then they showed back up after midnight and talked to Xana outside. The first time they talked to Maddie on the phone.
well,
See,
that one time that they showed up, and I can't remember which one it was, but you could hear when they got out of the car. I think it was that time you're talking about. You could hear when the cops got out of the car. They
Oh, the music.
said you could hear them holler, "Kaylee!"
No,
So
was
she was there. They just didn't come to the door. They were trying to let other people handle it for them.
so that would have been the before they went before midnight that night when it was dark. Whenever you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that would have been the first time that they went because after when they went back after midnight and talked to Xana, Xana was like, "I don't know what's going on. Everybody's gone to the club,"
Right.
and she kept saying, I just want to go to bed." So I don't think
Right.
she really knew what was going on, or they could have been having a party inside, and she just made everybody kind of quiet down or whatever. What is this?
But yeah, that first time they showed up, you could hear them holler, "Kaylee."
Shay, you have a good night, honey.
good night, Shay.
Night Shay.
Okay, so hold
Night,
on.
Shay.
My
Good
husband
night,
is
Shay.
my husband is trying to show me something here real quick. So the highest drug use by state. And let me go down to Idaho. Damn, Louisiana's number 4. Good Lord. Okay,
Florida's going to be right in there.
Florida is actually number 49. Idaho is number 47.
Wow.
But let me see
Anybody
what
want to guess? Take a guess on what number 1 is?
Yeah, y'all take a guess. And I'll
If
tell
I
y'all.
had to guess,
I would say
is
California.
Nope.
no,
New
maybe
York.
Not New York.
what is it? What is that?
Texas.
Nope.
Ohio.
Detroit.
Nope. Nope.
Michigan, I mean.
No. No.
Sorry.
Oregon. No,
Uh-uh.
Oregon's probably not on the hard drug use.
Washington.
Nope.
Well,
It's gonna be
Illinois.
I'm going to say New
Mm-mm.
Hampshire or Alaska.
Nope.
No.
Well, nobody in the chat has got it
It's
either.
not Kansas, is it?
No.
Oh, thank
It's not
God.
not Illinois.
DC.
Nope. It's New Mexico.
Oh,
It's-
close to
that's
me.
That's because they run all the coyotes through Mexico.
That is true.
New
I figured-
Mexico, not.
Yeah, New Mexico was number 1. I don't know what number 2 is. Troll took his phone back. Send me that website. Text it to me.
They're saying
What?
drug usage.
I think it was drug use and addiction.
Oh,
And there's like a score that it gives. And I think New Mexico was number 1. It was like 70. The score was like 71 point.
I wonder
whatever.
if that's percentage per population.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
Well, once he sends the website to me where I can open it up on my computer, I'll be able to see all the little columns to what they all say. I can only see so much of it on the phone. Let's see, the fentanyl is really bad there. Hold on just a second, y'all. Okay, let me go to my email. Let's see. Hey, Don't Dive, how are you? Don't Dive just said NOLA. No, well, yeah, Don't Dive, Louisiana was like number 4 on that list. And that's probably where the majority of our problems are. Okay.
Good Lord, Texas has it right on either side of them then.
Yeah, and where did Texas go? Texas is number 40. Okay, let me pull the site up now.
They just haven't caught the ones in Florida. Otherwise, we'd be number 1.
Okay, so can y'all see this already? Or is it pulled up yet?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so it says the highest drug use by state. Okay. So drug use and addiction is number 1.
But it doesn't say exactly what type your
Mm-mm.
drugs are doing.
And I can't click on any of them.
Isn't that a crying shame? The nation's capital, number 3. And you think of all places in the world, you would be safe.
No, that's a horrible place.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I worked there. It's terrible. It's
I'm
horrible.
surprised it's not first on the list, to be honest.
Yeah. Louisiana's number 4. Colorado, Missouri, Nevada's 8. Michigan's 10. Lady V, what state did you say you were in?
Kansas.
Okay. Because I know the other night you kept saying about being in Central Time, and I kept thinking you were East Coast for some reason.
Nope. I want to go out east. I want to move to Virginia.
But it goes to show you, them drug dealers can get, and drug lords, they can get that dope anywhere they want to.
Yeah. Kansas is number 22.
Yeah, I didn't figure it was too far down the list. I mean, that's better than I thought it was, though.
Didn't somebody
Where's
say
Virginia?
Illinois? I don't think I've seen Virginia yet.
West Virginia?
No, West Virginia. I used to live there. I could see why it would be. That was just a nasty, dirty. I don't like.
Virginia's
The area
number
that
41.
I lived in, I didn't like. West Virginia is beautiful, though, but the area I lived in, it was horrible. 41. Well, that's
it's number 41. I mean, Louisiana, which Idaho isn't heavily populated. So what is another state that's not heavily? Montana, it's not heavily populated, right?
No.
It's number 29.
They've got a pretty bad drug problem there, though.
Idaho's number 47 out of 51. So there's, I mean, yeah, they got a drug problem, but there's other states that have far worse drug problem than Idaho does.
And we live in them.
Yep. What was Texas again? Where did it go? 40.
40.
Man, it's hard to believe Texas is below Kansas, though, because, well, Dallas is a party town.
Well, with it being on the border, too, though,
Yeah.
I figured it would be.
Yeah.
Well, we have Louisiana and New Mexico on either side of us. Where do you think they go in between?
Yeah, it was true.
They're transporting that across our state.
That is true. To Dallas and down to Houston and all that. Let's see. Penny says she blames Myrtle Beach. Let's see. They asked specific about. Is Tonka? Oh, there's Tonka. Okay, so that was all the states. Like I said, my
Hey,
husband
out of
has sent that to
curiosity,
me.
what's Alaska?
Alaska is. I thought I just seen Alaska. Maybe it's up here.
Because
Uh,
I mean, it
number
always
13.
sounds. Oh, okay. Because it always sounds like it's pretty bad there. And drinking, mainly, I think it's probably more drinking.
Yeah. It's number 13. And I will drop this link in the chat if anybody wants to go to it and look at it more. Okay. I'm actually going to bookmark this too. Give me just a second. That way I can keep up with it if I need to go back to it. See, I'm on another site that says Missouri is the worst. Weird. There's probably, Jay, there's probably going to be different sites that have different data. I don't know what. Did it say what year that was from? It's from this year? Okay, so 2023. Let's see. People do drugs in Alaska to stay warm? Is that true?
I've never heard drinking or drugs up there to stay warm, but I know that there's a problem with it.
Yeah. Oh, H Town is asking. Okay. I thought he was saying that that's the reason why they did it. I mean, I don't know. I've never seen, like, I've heard people whenever they drink, they get hot and it makes them feel like they're hot when it's even when it's cold outside, but I don't know about the drugs. Hey, Protected, how are you? Never understood why you would kill your customers. Aurora Rain, I've seen like on different documentaries and stuff like that where they would go to these different cities that had drug issues, and they would say if it causes someone to OD or something like that, then it makes their sales go up because people then know that it's good stuff,
OMG.
which is crazy. It would seem to me that if somebody's dying from something, they wouldn't want to do the stuff. Protected, I'm doing good, thank you.
I don't even like taking aspirin or Sudafed.
Oh God, I hate taking anything. And the only time I take anything is when I can't get rid of a headache, and I just absolutely have to take something other than my allergy medicine. I don't even take that like I'm supposed to. Um, Sally Mae said we got sidetracked. Sally Mae, you know it is hard for us to stay completely on topic.
Well, I think she was getting a little. I think it kind of triggered a little bit whenever we were
Oh,
talking
yeah.
drugs.
Yeah, I saw that a minute ago. Crazy. See, I don't trust any drugs. I mean, honestly, I would be scared to do anything like that. Seriously. Okay,
It
let
is
me.
scary these days.
Yeah, because they put stuff in it and you don't know what's in it.
Yeah.
And then it causes stuff. Okay, I may have to slow the chat down a little bit more because people are talking to other people and I don't see those people in chat. Let me slow this down just a little bit more, real quick, y'all. All right, I'm going to slow it down to 10 seconds. That should make it better. Life. That's nice. See, also specifically about pharmaceuticals. Yeah, I don't like anything like that, Tonka. Like I said, unless I just absolutely have to. So, Jamie, while I have you up here, I want
Mm-hmm.
to find out your opinion on this. So we heard last week that Ann Taylor is wanting to have some evidence tested, like an independent test, but she wants all of it sealed so the public, or maybe it was the first of this week we heard this, but she wants it sealed so the public won't know what those evidence are. Um, in your opinion, what do you think the evidence could be?
Well, I think they found more inside that house. I mean, they
And
had to have. So it could be anything.
okay,
Because if it's sheet, I mean, if it was the sheet that they're testing, we already know about that. So it has to be something else, I would think.
well,
Unless she just wants it sealed.
wouldn't she have already tried to get that tested if she was planning on doing any type of independent testing? And why wait now to get the sheet done?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I mean, she took the mattresses. I mean, it could be the mattresses, it could be lots of things, because after they had taken all their evidence, then after she was appointed, her entire team went in there, and that's when they removed the mattresses and all this other stuff. And so it could be any of that stuff as well.
Okay. 'Cause
But
I was
or it
thinking
could be something that they found.
I was thinking something out of the car, maybe.
It
Maybe
could be.
something that's because we still don't know what they found in the car. And I've seen people come in the chat and say that, well, they didn't find anything in his car, so well, we don't know if they found anything in his car because
Right.
I mean, right after he got arrested, the gag order was put out. So we don't, they haven't said anything about any of that.
And I
I'm-
watched a deal on Duty Ron's long ago about this, and people were talking about, well, he cleaned his car up, so they're not going to be able to find anything in there. And he was
That's holy shit.
telling the exact machine that they use. He said it's kind of like a vacuum that they have.
Oh, yes, I
And
remember
they
that.
go in there, and he said, you cannot remove everything that this machine can pick up in that vehicle.
Right.
He said if something's in
Exactly.
there, they would find it.
I
Now,
mean,
the thing is if you wrap your vehicle in plastic,
Yeah,
but
that
to
his
me,
car was maybe the inside was clean, but the outside was not.
no, it wasn't. But I mean, and I detail vehicles for a living, and people
You're-
who tell me, oh, that's not very bad, and I get in there and I start going through it, oh my gosh.
like you're not going to get down in every little crook and nanny of that little, like beside the door between the
No.
plastic and the carpet. You're not going to get everything out. And you
No,
may
and I
not
will
see
tell
it.
you have to have tools to get down in those nooks and crannies. And
Right.
the normal person who goes out there with just some whatever you're using, you don't get in those nooks and crannies like
Well,
you do.
I think somebody would have reported if they saw him taking his car apart.
I mean, that would probably be the only way, and he probably wouldn't get it all out then. Because just think,
No.
if you have just any loose DNA on you, and let's just say like hair, we'll use that for an example.
Right.
That hair can fall in between your seat and your console, and it can go over time down further beside your seat towards the floorboard, and you may not even see it and think you got that car completely clean and bam, there's
Even
a hair.
if you took your seat out.
Yeah, it's just you're not going to
Hey.
get it out.
Hey, Lost.
Uh-huh.
Was there something did something ever come out, something about during the autopsies that they did or did not do toxicology reports?
I believe didn't the coroner say that there was no need for a tox report to be done?
Okay, let's stop. This is where I get really passionate.
Yeah,
Because number
before
one,
you-
the coroner is just an elected official. She doesn't
Right.
do any
right,
of that.
she's not the medical examiner.
Right.
No, and toxicology is automatic when you do an autopsy. That's just automatic.
I wonder
That's
why
part
she
of it.
said. I wonder why she said that though.
Well, she said that it's not going to matter. She's saying, because like
Why
I
would
think
it
this
not
is what
matter?
what she means is regardless if they were
Page
drunk
numbers
or
and shit.
whatever else they had in their system, it didn't matter for the way that they died.
Oh, yeah, it may not be go to the cause or manner, but I'm curious. Can you get a toxicology report from dried blood?
Well, they take it from your liver in the
Oh, I know
aut-
that, but what I'm saying is, like, they take swabs throughout that crime scene for DNA, but can you get a toxicology report from dried blood?
Hold on, we fix to ask Google because I have no
I
idea.
don't know. I've never heard of that.
I'm just
I know.
curious. I mean,
I know one area they like to look at is the lactic acid. That's one they always bring up in a murder trial. Is the lactic acid in the body?
Well, let's see. Chalks.
People are putting way too much emphasis on this corner, and she's not the one that you need to put emphasis on at all.
Thank
I
you.
mean,
I'm glad you said that, Jamie. It
she
drives me
literally,
crazy.
yes, she literally shows up, and this is why she doesn't show up until they've completed a big part of their initial investigation. She shows up, she pronounces them deceased. She prepares the bodies, like she put those bags over their hands or whatever, and then she takes them to the morgue or to the medical examiner. That's what she does. And that's it. That's her entire job. The whole rest of it and what she thinks, the wounds, the everything, none of that matters for her. All of that goes to the medical examiner, and the medical examiner is the one who determines all of that kind of stuff. And what tests need to be done, what gets examined, what comes out of that is all up. And yes, I understand that she may have been present when they did that autopsy, but she doesn't have anything to do with it. She's just going to testify on what she saw and what she
Right.
did at the
Um,
scene.
it says here that the procedure known as dry blood spot testing can be used in forensic toxicology examinations and would benefit. I can't read all of it. That's from
OACH.gov.
OACH.gov.
Okay, so on here, it just says, what are the forensic applications of dry blood? And it just said that dry blood spots have been used in forensic toxicology applications.
And it can be beneficial for. I'm sorry, I was reading mine. Go ahead.
Okay, well, it just says it for in forensic toxicology applications such as the analysis of cocaine and the metabolites in amphetamines and opioids.
This one here says it would be beneficial in like the judiciary systems too.
Okay. That's a good question.
And
I never
yes,
even
they
thought
were
about that.
sent to Spokane, Washington for the autopsy.
Right, which was performed November the 17th.
And so, and that's usually what happens like in a smaller area. Like I live in a largely rural area, but there's a couple of big cities, bigger towns, cities, whatever, close to me. And, they go there. And then each part kind of has their hub in Moscow. That's their hub to go to would be Spokane.
It's just interesting that they actually sent them out of state.
Yeah.
Well,
I would have thought maybe Boise, but like you're saying, because Spokane would be closer.
Spokane is in northern Washington.
But which is closer, Boise or Spokane?
Boise has to be closer.
Let's see.
And I know, like, sometimes if one place is kind of backed up or on vacation or something, then they will send them to another place.
Now,
You
I
know.
know here in Louisiana, because I'm in the northwest part, if there's a murder or something like that that needs an autopsy done, they will usually send them to Shreveport. Depending on the case, though, they may send them down to Baton Rouge. I think it just depends on the severity of the case. What am I
That's
doing?
just like there was a case in Midland not too long ago that a lot of people were talking about, and they sent her to Dallas, which is crazy because where I live is closer than Dallas, and I don't know why they sent her to Dallas.
All
But
right.
it just all depends.
Okay, so from Moscow to Spokane, Washington is an hour and 28 minutes.
Oh wow, closer than I thought.
Let's see. Boise to Moscow is 5 hours and 21 minutes.
Yeah.
Scarlett, do you remember when they found an ID that was in a glove?
Uh-huh.
And everybody was saying he has one of the victims' IDs.
Oh, yeah, that was the sources.
That was in the,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, where's it? Patrick, Louisiana only has parishes, and we are the only state that has parishes.
That's why their football team's called the Saints.
Yep.
Well,
Hey,
y'all
Nat
have
Cat.
that influence from
You're welcome, Patrick. We have what now?
don't y'all have an influence? What is that country that you have that big influence from?
France.
Yeah, France. I was
Yeah,
going to
there's
say that, but I wasn't sure.
yeah, there's a lot of, especially down south in the southern part. There's still a lot of people down there that speak French.
Yeah. So I
That time,
wonder if that's why.
oh, I'm sure. Yeah, that and the Catholic Church was so strong there.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when
Yep.
I was telling you about going to, let me see if I say it right, Homa.
Yeah.
We went there and I stopped at the gas station, asked the guy if I'm headed the right way. I couldn't understand him. I said, is that Cajun talk or is that French?
Well,
'Cause I didn't know the difference.
don't dive that comes up here. She has that Cajun accent, but her accent isn't as strong as what a lot of them down there have. There's some people that their French accent is, or Cajun accent is thicker than hers.
That show where they used to hurt, crocodiles in the head, their Cajun was really strong. My
Yeah.
my real name is actually Cajun
Mhm.
French.
Oh, you're talking about
That one
swamp
swamp,
people.
yeah,
Swamp
swamp.
people. Yeah, yeah. That was filmed in Homa, where Riddler's talking about.
Yeah, I know. I remember them talking about that. Well, man, we watched that show and watched it and rewatched it and watched it.
Yeah, nobody up this way. The only time you hear anybody with a Cajun accent in North Louisiana is during hunting season, and that's it. Or when a hurricane's coming.
That's what Hank Williams always sings, that song, Jambalaya.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
where was the Louisiana Hayride? Was that in Shreveport?
that was in Shreveport. I actually knew somebody that was part of the Louisiana Hayride.
Okay, what is that? I've never heard of it.
It's the next step to get into the Grand Ole Opry.
Yeah,
Okay, got ya.
yeah,
I was
Elvis.
thinking, I'm thinking what we're talking about, not music.
Oh yeah, it's a big music thing from here. Hold on, I'm
Yeah,
just
I get
answering
on
this
one
text back.
topic and I'm just like,
Hold on. I'm answering a text back real quick, y'all. Okay. Let's see. Don't doubt says y'all. My husband's family does, but not me. The blood took place in Louisiana. The vampire bar was in Shreveport. Oh, True Blood. Where do y'all see Elliot
Oh,
at?
I
I don't.
remember that show.
Wait, where is Elliot? Does anybody else see Elliot?
Uh,
I don't. I see some. Oh, hey, Elliot. How are you? Let's see. I live in the only state whose residents are referred to as something that doesn't resemble the state name. A murder of crows. How are you?
I love that name.
Okay, yeah, Elliot. I see you now. For some reason, I couldn't find him in the chat. I mean, could they have possibly found other people's DNA in Brian's car? And maybe that's what she's wanting to get tested?
Could be.
Thank you, H Town.
Maybe
Maybe
that's
he's
his
going to be
defense.
Maybe he's going to be Casey Anthony and blame it all on his dad.
I mean, I mean, it could be. Maybe that could be, like you're saying, that his alibi, uh, or his defense or whatever. Maybe there was other DNA that was found. They just don't know whose it is, and that's what they're trying to find out.
Well, how did she word that? What she wanted?
Let me find. I gotta remember. There's stipulations.
I mean, it literally could be anything that, and it could just be items they've already tested, and she's just going to have her team test them again, which is very common.
True,
She just doesn't want
the
them to
only
know what
thing
it is.
we actually know about that has DNA is the sheet. We know nothing about any other evidence that
Right.
Right.
could be DNA. So I'm just curious how she words it, because if it's
Well,
anywhere near plural or anything that, makes it seem like there's more than one item or a few items or whatever, then we know that they've got probably have more DNA.
I wonder though, because they did find the stuff in his apartment, and there was like all those different red and orange and brown spots that they found, but 3 different things tested positive for blood. I wonder if she's getting those retested.
Possibly. I mean,
I think she's going to retest everything.
I mean, a good defense attorney would, to make sure that what the state is providing is what is actually the way it is. I'm just curious to know if it's not everything, like what is it? Because like Paper's saying, we only know what's in the PCA, and the only thing we really know as far as evidence is the sheet. And that's why she's wanting it all sealed, because she doesn't want the public to know what evidence they have.
Well, yeah, but I mean, everybody's always questioned, well, I wonder if they have more DNA than this, and we all thought that they should, but I mean,
Ashes, thank you so much for gifting those memberships. That was very nice of you. See, Elliot, Boomer Girl, Don't Dive, Penny, Amethyst.
I didn't fall asleep. I'm still here.
Treasure, Jules J, Should Be Working, and Savi's Aunt got the membership. So anybody who has memberships now, if you have Facebook and you want to be part of our members only Facebook group, send me an email and I will send you the link to join, and my email is pinned at the top of the chat. Who said something about you going to sleep?
I don't know.
Oh, Sally made it. Okay, I see it now. She can't hide evidence from the prosecution. Same discovery rules apply. Yes, Patrick, that is true. Okay, I'm just reading something real quick, y'all.
Scarlett, I sent you an email the other day that just said, "Hey, I want to join your Facebook group," and it's from my name on here, but I
Hey,
don't know.
didn't I send you an email back?
I don't think that you did because I
Oh,
looked today and I didn't see.
okay, hold on just a second. Let me do it then while it's fresh in my mind. Because if not, I'll be done forgot.
Well, I got to thinking about it.
Okay, you're is she breaking it for anybody else or is that just me?
No,
No,
she
she was breaking
is.
it for me too.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Carrie. Is Carrie still in here? I don't know if Carrie's still here or not. Let's see. Where's Carrie? Everybody's saying yes, but where's she at? Because I seen where she sent me. And Carrie, I just got your email. Thank you so much for the Amazon gift card. So she sent an Amazon gift card to me, and it says, "Thank you for hosting such an awesome channel. You are loved and appreciated." Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Oh, that was sweet.
That was
That's
very,
sweet.
very nice of you. Thank you. And I'm sorry, I just now seen it. Now let me find Jamie. Okay. 2 seconds, y'all. Let me go grab the link. Jamie, I'm fixing to email you right back with this. Because like I said, if not, I will end up forgetting. Okay. Okay, I sent the link to you, Jamie. Make sure that it worked. Because the other day, who was it? Megan. I sent her an invite, and she said for some reason it wouldn't work. Okay. All right, and I will take care of that. My power just came back on. My phone was dead. Oh, Amethyst, y'all been getting bad storms or something out there? Okay. Okay, Jamie, you back?
I'm back.
Okay. Hey, Mandy, how are you? Okay. Let's see. All right, I'm just trying to catch back up in chat. But yeah, Jamie, check that link and let me know if it works or not.
Okay. I will.
Because like I said, Megan, for some reason, it didn't work for her. But then I sent it to, I think it was Bullets, and she was able to join.
Okay.
But yeah, anybody else who has a membership, if y'all want to join the Facebook group, just send me an email, and I will be happy to send y'all the link. Liza, you have a good night. Well, he's gotten away from Facebook
Good night,
and used
Lisa.
Discord. Yeah, Jay, I don't have a Discord. Let's see, I heard it mute a second. Discord is evil. Sally,
Scarlett,
I've heard a lot of bad things about Discord, though, so I don't have one. Yeah, Riddler.
you remember I think it might have even been last night. I asked you the question,
Wasn't on
how much
last
is
night,
this
right?
case going to
Uh-huh.
cost? And we were talking about, well, one of the cases cost $6 million. Will this pass that? What do you think's in the front page of the Moscow Daily News?
Oh, hold on. I wonder if it's the same thing I got. What does yours say?
Kohberger case prompts hefty budget request.
Okay, because the Latah County prosecutor is asking for more money.
Right. And it's amazing. Seems like everything that I hear on this channel is in tomorrow's either newspaper or it's the big thing in the morning for these other crime channels.
That is crazy. Okay, how do I stop this? Okay.
They're
Alright.
all up in our business.
Y'all. I mean, we already had King Scarlet in here talking about Kohberger watching us.
Well, they
That was a
cannot.
little creepy.
They can't win the case without us.
Okay, let me pull this up real quick. Hold on.
I
gotta
think they
Excel
should just go ahead and send us the 51 terabytes.
and just let social media go through it. We would probably do a better job.
Oh
Honestly,
man, we would tear into that.
could you imagine the public having the evidence?
Oh my goodness.
They wouldn't be able to go through half of it.
Yeah, but if the public just
If we had it, we could.
just the
Well, I don't know.
if it's just the YouTube channels that has covered Bryan Kohberger's case, if they just let us go through it, we would have the whole thing solved for them.
Yep.
Well, you'd just like to be an intern there.
Oh, that would be awesome.
If they brought you in to intern and says, okay, here's what I need you to go through.
I'd go through every bit of the evidence for them for free, just so I could see what the evidence was.
They'd run me out of there for asking questions.
All right, so
Yeah. I asked Gabe the other day if I said, hey, can anybody write an email to the judge if they're not involved in the case? And he's like, what for? I said, well, can you pen an email for me and send it to the judge in this Kohberger case, please? He's like, no, I'm not going to do that.
And if you do, it's public and they'll put it on the internet.
Well, I just wanted to express my opinion about the cameras being in the courtroom.
it probably wouldn't sway his thing, like his decision either way. But I mean, he would know which I'm pretty sure he already knows how the public feels about the cameras anyway.
Oh, I'm sure, but I mean, I don't know. Like I feel like that if we don't get cameras in the courtroom so we can see how everything goes down, and he ends up getting off somehow, I completely feel like his life is in danger.
I think it would be. And that's just on a real note.
Definitely.
There is people out there, and this is where the issue comes up when there are channels out here that are throwing people's addresses up and saying that cars are at certain people's houses.
Yeah.
And that has nothing to do with this case. That's where I have a problem with, because there are people out there who truly believe no matter what you put in front of them, this shows Bryan is guilty and that he did this, they're still going to believe that he's innocent. And there are people out there, just like the women who are sending him money, that would do anything for this man, even though they don't know him. And by people being irresponsible and putting addresses up and saying, oh, well, this car is at this address and it could so-and-so's car, and it has absolutely nothing to do with this case, or not even the right people. You're putting them people in danger.
We all know that those people there's people out there that blindly follow whatever somebody says. And the perfect example is Backdoor Jeff.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
What is Backdoor Jeff?
You back to that's
he's another YouTube channel that was doing the Kylie Rodney case.
He's still doing it.
I haven't even paid attention.
He's changed his name to something else. It's not Jeff anymore. It's
JLR.
No. This is another guy. This guy, he actually he claimed that he had an investigator, and he put together this website for people to donate money to him to pay an investigator. And he kept coming out saying, well, see, the investigator's finding this and he's finding this, and we've got this information on Sammy and her family. And, I need more money to pay this investigator because he's, he can only do so much with the money that y'all have already donated. And then I think it ended up being proven that he didn't even have an investigator to begin with.
But he's never
we're
come out with
surprised.
anything that we didn't even know about
Yeah.
ahead of time. And whatever he's changed, I
There's
clicked on
still a
something.
couple of diehard YouTube channels that, I mean, they go over for hours every single night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it needs to still be gone over. It just needs to be done the right way. But this guy, whatever he changed his channel to, I watched something the other day, and the only reason I knew it was him because you can't mistake mistake his voice.
Right.
And he had found like a valley, kind of like a road that went down into a hole or whatever. And he drove his car down there, and he measured out so many feet how far her car would have been from the shore and how far down. And he drove it down this road until he got the right measurements. And then he used his drone to prove something. I don't know what.
But
You know
they
how
did that way back in the day.
The guy just talks and talks and talks, and no information ever comes out.
Yeah. And there was information that he put out about Sammy's mom, and I forgot exactly what it was. And I had to come out and prove him wrong about her.
I swear.
And
Where did that case happen?
Truckee, California.
Oh, by Tahoe.
Yes.
In there.
So
Yep.
And then he tries to. What did he do to squirrels? Or what was her name?
Squirrel Girl.
Yeah,
That's the name. That's the name of the YouTube channel I was talking about. I just didn't.
Okay,
want to
it's not her then. It's the one that was actually the one that did the interview with Nick and.
Oh, that was Squirrel Girl. It was Squirrel Girl and who was the other girl?
She was coming up with good stuff, and then remember how he went through that whole thing and was sending her nasty letters and calling her all kinds of stuff. And
she came up on my panel. CCTV, thank you, Jay. Yeah, they were in with him, and they were going together and like putting stuff together and trying to figure the case out. And then he just like started talking to them very badly, which in turn pissed me off because I don't like a man to talk to a female like that. And I think Cece had came up on panel one night and was showing the text that he was sending.
Yeah, and then he threatened to sue her and all kinds of stuff.
And she would ignore him. She wouldn't, give him say nothing back to him. And the more she ignored him, the worse he would do.
But I didn't know she was ever involved with him.
I don't know if they wasn't involved as far as the investigation part, the private investigator. I don't think. No. I don't think they had anything to do with that part. I think it was just the trying to figure out what happened part.
I think he was getting all upset because he asked her for the stuff that she was working to find. He didn't want to work for it, but he was asking her for it. And when she didn't want to give it to him, told him to go do his own research, he lost his shit.
Right. Yeah, he talked to her very badly.
No, he's a pile.
And I haven't watched very much of that channel, but I have watched enough of it to realize, they really do have some good information that they've worked on.
Oh, you're talking about Squirrels on Fire?
Yeah.
Paper,
it's never going to go anywhere, but they come up with some good ideas. I don't know. It's been months.
Must have got lost. Thank you so much for being a member for 6 months. And they said, good afternoon, all. I have been listening, lurking. Well, must have got lost. Thank you for joining us tonight. Vapor, what did you say his new channel was? Because who was it that just asked?
Just dying.
It's let me see if I can find it.
Okay.
Because it's nothing like his YouTube, Backtube Jeff, or Backdoor Jeff, or whatever the hell he is. He's a clown.
Yes, Avery. I've seen where they've been getting like really bad weather out that way, so be safe. And he even came out and tried to say that Sammy was this girl from way back in the day, trying to prove that she was older than what she really was. And of course, that sent like all of the sleuths that was into Kylie Rodney's case into like overload looking into this person, and come to find out it wasn't even Sammy.
Yeah,
It was
it's
a girl that looked like her. Don't get me wrong, the girl looked a lot like Sammy, but I think she had was it a mole or something on her neck?
oh, it's some little something. Yeah,
I'd never heard of Joseph Morris. Ashes,
that's
trust me.
JLR.
No, Joseph Morris is a different guy.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, JLR is Jonathan Lee Riches.
Oh,
Joseph
that's right.
Morris is the guy who, in Gabby's case, put out a fake video saying that it was Brian Laundrie in a boat, laughed about it after everybody found out that it was fake. He laughed about the fact that the internet took off with it and thought it was funny. Then he
Why
comes
did I
out
think
with the
that was
Idaho 4
funny?
case and puts out a video of some screaming and said that it was Kaylee
That's
from the
right.
night that the murders happened. And I told everybody, I was like, this from this person, I refuse to play it on my channel. And sure enough, like what, 2 days later, it come out
Yeah,
that he's the one that put it out and it was fake.
yeah.
So his new
JLR
channel is
killer.
called Adventures on Video.
Okay. Okay, I think it was just Dawn that had asked.
What a clown.
Yeah, he is.
Why would I mean? Okay, I know people think they're going to get all these subs and all this money and everything, but but it's only temporary until people find out you're lying to them. Once you're lying to them, I would be like,
Yeah, but
Well, some people
these
don't
Joseph,
people,
care.
no,
these
they don't.
people have lost their. I mean, I don't know. It's tough to sit through one of his videos because he just stumbles through it and never gives you any information.
Have you ever heard of and this is no disrespect to any car salesman in here, before I say what I'm about to say, but have you ever heard how you can, like, somebody who is a bullshitter and you make the reference, oh, they could be a car salesman?
oh yeah,
This is how that dude
Yeah.
is.
used car salesman. Yep.
Yes.
Well, you know those stupid videos people put on Facebook that are like 5-10 minutes long, and they're like, oh, watch this, watch what happens when I do this, and then they keep prolonging it to make the video longer, and then at the
Mm-hmm.
end
They
I
don't tell
hate
you
those.
nothing.
they don't do jack.
Yeah, those make me mad.
His new channel only has 10,000 subscribers right now, but
Oh,
he's still got
wow.
132 videos on it.
Yeah. He I don't know, the dude is whacked, all I know. I would rather there's some channels on here that I don't like, but I would rather watch them than I would him. He's
I'd
just
rather sit through dinner with Little Liar than put up with anything to do with that guy. Be a
some
short dinner, but we can DoorDash from Jack in the Box.
Yeah. Wait, some people believe whatever a creator says, you can't use common sense. Patrick, that is true though. I mean, there are some people that no matter what a creator puts out, they will believe it and they will run with it and they take it to other channels. And then there's some people in those chats that will believe it and take off with it, and it just spreads like wildfire. No, Avery.
All right. Well, it's after midnight here, and I got to get up. So,
Okay.
thank you for letting me come up again. Everybody, have a great evening.
Have a
Enjoyed
good
it,
night.
Baker.
I will see you guys tomorrow.
Okay. Have a good night.
All right. Thank you. You too.
All right.
Bye.
Okay. Yeah, I need to mute for just 1 second, y'all, and then I'm going to come back and read this article, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
So, did you used to work for a lawyer or something, Jamie? Or are you just like a court bum?
No, I've just followed True Crime forever. I mean,
Okay, yeah, that's like me.
Okay. I'm
forever.
back.
Yeah.
The
Okay,
first
Betty
trial
Joe,
I
have a wonderful
watched
night.
on TV was OJ.
That was like forever ago, that case.
Yes. I remember when Court TV first came out
Is that who
a
did
long
it?
time ago.
The trial?
Yes.
Or
And
was
Nancy
it?
Grace
Okay.
was on there, Benny, Ashley, they were all there. That's where they all started.
I remember it being on every day, and I was like, "Oh my god!" Like I'm just, when is it going to end?
I would watch it, and then if I couldn't be at home, if I was working, I recorded it and
Yeah,
watched it
I
at night.
recorded it every day so that when my husband got home that night, we rewatched all of it again.
Yeah, it was craziness. And
Hey, Avery.
no, I was going to be a lawyer, and then I got a divorce, and I had a 1-year-old, and I decided, should I just work or go to school, work and go to school and never see my child? And so I decided to just work, and then do that now because, my son died when he was 15, so I just had a limited
Oh,
amount of time with him.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's
It's okay. It
heartbreaking.
was, yeah, it's 15 years ago, actually. I mean, it's been a long
Oh, my.
time,
I'm
Oh
sure that
wow.
never quite goes away, though.
but it doesn't quite go away. But I mean, I've always been able to speak of it and talk about it or whatever.
Yeah.
And so, but yeah, no, it doesn't ever go away. The hardest things are just things that just hit you out of the blue. That's what's hard. The
I'm
other things
sure.
you can prepare for, but
Right. I hate to hear that. I'm so sorry.
Mm.
it's tough.
I hope I never have to experience that one.
And that's like what people talk about Dylan's trauma, and I relate it to that because my daughter, she was 7 at the time that it happened, and she's 23 now. And just within the past year, she forgot or didn't forget. It's just her brain was so traumatized. So much of the things that happened in her childhood after that, she totally
Couldn't
has.
remember.
And just within the past year, a lot of stuff is back. And so we're having to deal with that. And that's one thing that I relate to with Dylan is that I don't know if maybe something like that happened to her or whatever, the 8-hour time gap. I mean, it's hard to
Yeah.
fathom,
Yeah, that's why I was
but you
so,
just
like,
don't
under 20.
know till you're in that position either.
Right. And that's what I kept saying to everybody. Gigi, I'm sorry you lost your son too, hon. That's just terrible. But yeah, that's why I was thinking, I mean, going back to Richard Speck, that girl stayed under her bed for 6 hours before she got up to leave, to go get help. And that's the first thing I compared it to, because I mean, she was scared to death. If that's the case, I
Yeah,
mean, you can't fault her for laying there under her bed, scared to move, you know?
right. And especially, and some people say, well, did she actually see him walk out or did she just see him walk towards the door? If she just saw him walk in that general direction, she might not have known that he was even out of the house.
True. It's
For
very true.
sure.
Yeah, because in the
And so
PCA it
you're
just says
sitting
that
there waiting.
that's true. Because it does say that she sees him walking past her to the back sliding door, and that's when the police believe that he left.
Right.
But
And
we
so
don't know.
they just figure.
But then again, if I saw somebody walking in my house at 4 in the morning that I didn't know, and that had a mask on, I'm dialing 911 if I hadn't already shot him.
Yeah, no, I understand
Right,
that,
but you're
but you
not
know,
19 years old.
we're, and she's a
Right.
little girl compared to this guy. I mean, he's big compared to her. You
Well, I would
know,
have
I
done it
mean,
at 19. I was in the military at 19, so I would have done it again there too.
Well,
I probably shot and then asked questions
yeah.
back then.
well, yeah, no, I get it. I'm the same way, Riddler, but at the same time, I mean,
And
you
doesn't
don't
she
know
call?
what psychological effect it's going to have on you till you're in that situation.
Well,
That all I'm saying is it might
each
not
creature is
account.
different. Each creature is
Yeah,
different.
it is. It
Very
might not
true.
account for 8 hours. It might, but it might account for four. I mean, personally, I believe that I would be having my little GUN in my hand and I'd be calling, 911 immediately, but we don't know until we're there.
And then I also wonder if, she was drunk and she thought she would get in trouble. I mean, there's so many variables of things that could have been playing in her brain that we just don't know about.
But she
Yeah,
And I'm
was
not
able to call her.
saying,
She was able to call her roommates right between 4 and 4:30.
We don't know if that's a fact,
well,
though.
that's what somebody says.
Yeah.
But
That's one of the victim's
Christy
sisters,
said
right?
that she didn't call Kaylee. I mean, we assume that
yeah,
she did,
Jay.
but we don't know.
Jay, you do get used to people being in and out of the house, but if it was as much of a fight where it could be recorded from 50 feet away, even the bang, the last, when whatever fell. I mean, I don't see how she could know that it was just somebody walking through her house. I mean, you would think something had happened.
And remember, it's a hell of a fight.
Yeah,
Yeah. And something, she had to have seen or heard something that scared her when she saw this guy to make her be in a frozen shock phase and then lock herself in her room.
And
right.
she could hear somebody's voice say there's somebody in the house, right?
Yeah, she thought that was
Yes.
Kaylee that has, well, she thought she heard Kaylee say something to the effect of, there's someone here.
And then she heard somebody say, "It's okay, I'm here to help you."
Yeah. And that was after she heard the crying coming from Xana's room.
Right.
I mean, I could get 2 hours, like I said before. Maybe, she hears what she hears, and we don't know exactly what all she's heard. Um, Maybe from her hearing what all she heard, and then seeing the sky, she goes into a frozen shock phase. She locks herself in a room. She has to take time to process what she has heard and what she has seen. Could she have texted Bethany? I think there was some kind of something going on between their two phones based off the PCA saying that the from the Dylan statements and the download of Bethany and Dylan's phone leads police to believe that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25. So I think there had to be something going on those phones for them to come to that conclusion. Now,
I agree.
why it took the whole 8 hours, that's like the $1 million question. And hopefully at this trial, which I do believe that Ann Taylor is going to bring that up and she's going to question it, why did it take you 8 hours?
Oh, I think the prosecution will bring that up before Aunt Taylor has a chance to. The
I think
explanation as to what happened.
do you think if
If
they
they're
bring it
smart, is
up before Ann gets a chance to, that it's going to possibly maybe soften the blow for when Ann gets up there to do her cross?
Yes,
Because
I
I
mean,
just,
I
if
think
it's
it
very
would.
reasonable explanation, yeah, because people will go,
Well, it's
"Oh,
going to show.
that's why."
It's going to
yeah.
show the jury the state's not trying to hide anything.
Right.
That's what it's going to show,
Right.
and because Ann's going to call her up anyway, so you might as well be the first to get her up there. Like you said,
Yeah.
you soften the blow, and then you let her know ahead of time. I'm sorry to tell you this, but Ann can grill you on this.
Oh yes,
You just got to be strong.
I'm pretty sure that the prosecution is going to warn her with that and kind of prepare her for what's going to come from the defense's side. Okay, let me read this article real quick so I can get it off the screen up here. Let me go back up. So the Idaho prosecutor asked for a funding hike to process Bryan Kohberger's trial. An Idaho prosecutor has asked for a large funding increase to help cover the expense that it will cost to put quadruple murder suspect Bryan Kohberger on trial. The Latah County Prosecutor's Office asked commissioners to provide $135,000 for trial expenses, a significant increase from the normal $15,000 budget. Mr. Kohberger has been charged with the 4 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of burglary for the brutal November stabbings of Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan, and he remains in the Latah County Jail, with his trial expected to take place between October the 2nd and November the 12th. Mr. Kohberger chose to remain silent during his May 22nd arraignment hearing, and the Latah County District Judge, John Judge, entered a not guilty plea on his behalf. Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson told the commissioners on Tuesday that the trial expenses would include paying for expert witnesses, travel fees for witnesses, exhibit displays, and transcripts. And it's hard to project exactly what's going to be involved, he said. We know that it's not going to be cheap. Mr. Thompson told the officials that he was trying to keep his expenses to a minimum, but added that we need to make sure that we don't cut corners on anything with regard to making sure that this case is handled properly. Commissioner Kathy LaFortune told the prosecutor that he should increase his estimate to $150,000 to cover any calls, which was reported by, I think it's the Lewiston Tribune. Then the county commissioners will adopt an annual budget in September.
So does that sound to you like they're planning on moving it? To me, that sounds like they're planning on keeping it there.
They don't have time to move it.
I mean, I would think they would have already asked.
Well, if let's just say they were to move it to Boise, they would have to make sure that the Boise court system had like their calendars were free, just so they could have the courtroom. So I don't know. It seems maybe they would have done ask, but
That city is going to be so jam packed.
oh, what, Moscow?
Yes.
Moscow, I think Pullman is. I think that people who hasn't been up there that is going for this trial, it's going to be all in Moscow, all over in Pullman around WSU, probably down to Lewiston where the Albertsons is. Everywhere that was mentioned in that PCA, people are going to be there.
Do you know how big of a television crew they have to bring here just for a football game? They about take up a hotel.
Yeah. More than likely, every one of the hotels are going to be sold out. And is one juror still in here? I think he's the one that said that he's already did his reservation for up there. I don't know if he's still in here or not.
I'm still checking on flights. I'm trying to get a military hop out there.
But I mean, that courtroom's not big enough to hold a whole bunch of people.
No, they would have to do overflow rooms.
I mean, they just have 2 courtrooms, and it may fit 50 people, and that includes family, media,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody.
I would love to live up there and just go sell hot dogs across the street.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, this case could, just like they did with Alec Murdaugh. I mean, they had all of the food trucks outside because it was such a huge case.
Well, I guess we could watch on Twitch the food truck, the grub truck dude.
I wonder
He'll
if
be there.
I didn't think about that until you just said it. I wonder if he's going to move his truck over close to the courthouse.
He'd sure be silly not to. Run to get something to eat, running back in. I mean,
At
that's what
least for
people are going to be
lunch.
doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they only get, like an hour for lunch. Everybody up there in that small town trying to go somewhere to eat, and there's not going to be there's like a fast food restaurant or the Mad Greek.
Well, could you imagine even trying to get out of that area to go get something to eat?
Mm-hmm. I'm saying it would be crazy for the grub truck not to move over there if
Yeah.
they're allowed, just in the, maybe not right at the courthouse, but just in a general vicinity of it, to where people can just walk from the courthouse, go get something to eat, and be back in time to, when court starts back up.
And let's say us four went up there. You don't think we're going to go to the corner bar?
Oh yeah, the corner bar. They're going to go to the girl truck. They're going to everywhere, like I said, that was mentioned in that PCA, or that has even been brought up in this case. They're going to go there.
I'm even going to drive from there to Washington State campus just to see what's all on that road.
They're going to take the route that they're claiming in the PCA that he took, that long route back home. They're going to take that. They're going to, watch and see. There will be hella YouTube channels up there. Be there unless he. Oh, Sally Mae, I saw that. I don't know if he did or not. I'm trying to be
What?
careful with what I'm saying. What Sally Mae said.
I didn't see what she said. I'll read it. Hang on.
Okay. I'm sure though he'll be up there too. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah.
See, I think the grub truck is only open in the evenings. Ashes, you don't think they would open though during the day? I mean, just think of the money that they can make off of the people, even the ones that just go up there but uh, can't get into the courtroom, but who are just in the area.
Yeah, that's who I thought you were talking about. I bet you he will be. He's already been down there a few times.
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, just people from all over flock to the Alec Murdaugh trial. Didn't even go in the courtroom. They had the camera crews pulling trailers in there to sit through the whole thing. Just imagine what this case is going to do. And
Yeah, I
Moscow
mean,
is so little.
yeah,
They're gonna make that town just off of this case. The businesses there are,
gonna
the
make a lot of
restaurants.
money.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
restaurants, shopping, the
He'd be really
hotels.
silly not to be open every single time for dinner, for lunch, for breakfast, whatever. Make up something for the menu for breakfast too. I mean, if it was my business, I would.
Right. I mean, they're gonna all, they profit off of, with it being a college town. They're gonna, they profit from the college students and the families and all that. They're gonna profit off of this too. That town is, and they don't want the publicity, but I mean, they've already got it. As soon as the story broke, they started getting the publicity. Let's see. I've watched him on Twitch before any of this happened. I know he was talking about opening another one. I mean, it would be silly not to open it.
Well, he takes advantage of the bar crowd. I'm sure he'll take advantage of the court's lunch crowd because that's where the crowd will be.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, how many, we know the Mad Greek, but how many other restaurants are there that's
I don't know. I've never
in
looked.
Moscow? I would say that there's probably some fast food ones there, with it being a college town, but not everybody eats fast food.
And we all got to stop by the Jack in the Box and then order from the
Yes.
Jack in the Box.
Yep.
I'm still
I
stunned that a
hadn't
four-year
seen.
university doesn't have a police force.
Yeah, I hadn't seen a Jack in the Box since I was like a teenager. Then we went down to Texas. I was like, I saw them everywhere. I'm like, there's one, there's one.
The last thing I remember about a Jack in the Box was that big scandal they had in the 90s where it had the bacteria in the food.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
right.
And I don't think we had Jack in the Box here in Florida. I just don't recall seeing any in my area. But I understand now they cleaned up their problems and they got some awesome meals.
I don't know.
They
I
come
wasn't
in and
brave
out of
enough to
here all
eat
the
at it.
time.
Yeah, if you're in Texas, I bet.
But I mean, we don't have any in my area now. They'll every few years they'll come through and they'll put a whole bunch in and they'll stay for a little while and then they all leave.
Eric said that they should have some of the proceeds go to a fund for the victims. They should, but they won't.
Did you see where? I'm sure you did. Did you see where Steve went around on Kaylee's birthday? Went around to like the Dutch brothers and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And bought a whole lot of people coffees and things.
Yeah, donated money so they could
Right.
pay it forward. And there
Yeah.
was went to the first place he went to. They went to walked up to the drive-through window and
Right.
gave it, like they already had Kaylee's flyer
Mhm.
there and all that. Yeah.
Yep. Now that I want to tell you that email that I sent you on that thing. That actually I got that whenever Melissa Jade was on her channel today talking about it.
Okay.
And
I'll look at it once I'm done
And I
here.
thought that I thought it was interesting. I thought I'd send it to you just in case.
Okay.
Because I don't remember his name. Anyway, he was trying to say that's how Bryan could have gotten there or gotten away. But
The
he's also
underground
one of these
tunnels.
Yes. Yeah, yeah, I sent her that today because I was like, yeah, he said that's how he could have gotten there or gotten away or whatever. And of course, he's spreading a whole lot of misinformation on everything else too. So,
Hey, Bullets, how are you?
Do you think he can really get a fair trial in that city, Moscow?
as fair as any place else.
Yeah. I think he could. Because there's a lot of people that don't follow. I mean, yeah, they know about it, but they don't follow it constantly like we do.
Well, that's not
Even
the
if
part I'm
you live
talking
there.
about. I'm not talking about that. People said, look what he did to my town. Look what he did to my college campus. Whereas that was held in Boise, you don't have that same intimate feeling. When they had Ted Bundy's trial, where do you think it was held at? In Miami. He never went to Miami. But he was arrested in Pensacola. That's almost 9 to 12 hours away. And same
Yeah.
with Dan. And I can't find out where Danny Rolling's trial was, but I guarantee you, I bet you it wasn't in Gainesville. But
Well,
of course,
I'm
soon as
just
I say that,
thinking, Riddler, by the way that was read just now, the words that were used. I'm just thinking that doesn't sound like they're getting ready to move someplace else. It sounds like they're going to keep it there. And I mean, you would have to have, I mean, somewhere in here, you would have had to have a change of venue discussed if they were thinking about it because you're running out of time. It's got to be by November 22nd.
what day is the trial?
Starts October 2nd.
Okay, so
But
you
they
got to have it
have
ready.
until it has to start before November 22nd,
Okay. Yeah.
unless they're granted this stay.
Right. Now, if that happens, maybe they could. I'm surprised neither one of them have brought it up yet, to be honest with you.
But look how much the state has already gone through in court expenses and cost.
Oh, well, yeah.
Every bit of that evidence they had to hand over, they had to pay for.
Right.
I'm trying to see if there is a certain time before a trial starts that they have to ask for a change of venue.
Bullets. What was that? Bullets?
Let's see, Bullets is saying they're going to push the trial back.
Yeah, I believe they will. I really do. If they don't, I'll be surprised.
How many stays has the defense asked for so far? Just one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
just recently.
normally the rule is 2. It's an unwritten rule, but normally you can ask for up to about 2, and after that, the judge gets upset.
I don't see anything about that there's like a certain time frame that you have to ask for a change of venue.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, by, to be able to get the courthouse, make arrangements for everybody, get there and all, I would think that they would have already discussed that if they were wanting to do it.
Well, it needs to be on the docket so they can make sure that that's clear.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Oh, I hope that didn't come out wrong, Jamie. I didn't mean it to come out like uh,
What?
snotty or anything when I'm like,
No,
yeah,
no,
that's
I
what I
was
mean.
just saying. No, I was just saying that, it takes time when you have a change of venue. It does take
Yeah.
time to accomplish that.
And I mean, how big are their court? I mean, they would have to get some sort of, yeah. I mean, I just don't see how it would by November 22nd unless they like just completely cleared their calendar or something because of the hugeness of this trial.
Yeah. Jay, in Idaho, they when you do not waive your right to a speedy trial from the time of the arraignment until the trial starts, it can only be 6 months. So, I mean, I think she's waiving or she's trying to delay the trial without waiving his right because I think that Bryan doesn't want to waive his right. I think she probably tried to get him to and he wouldn't do it.
Okay, I don't see it on here about a time frame. I mean, obviously they couldn't ask it like the day before. Let's see, Riddler, did you see what Don't Dive said to please Google where Danny Rollins, where his trial was at?
No, I didn't. Did she put it up for me?
Yeah, and then she says Ocala, Florida was Danny Rollins' trial.
Yeah, that's Marion County. That's about, I guess, about an hour and a half, hour and 10 minutes south of Gainesville. That's where he had. I think he, if I'm not mistaken, he robbed a bank there.
Let's see, how 4 miles do they pictures for this trial? Is there a limit? Wasn't it? Didn't we look that up the other night? And it said that they would pull them from Latah County and like 2 other counties that they would pull jurors from.
Or is Moscow the only town in Latah County?
I think so.
Because
But when
there
I
was like 4 or 5 towns that you listed off the other night, I think.
and I forgot what the counties were. Let me see if I can find that again. Because I remember looking it up the other night.
Well, one of the participants says for a motion to change a venue has to be 14 days before the trial.
That's all?
That sounds reasonable.
Not for one this large. Of course, I
Maybe
don't know.
that's going to be her second stay. She's going to throw a wrench in it when it moved to the last minute.
I mean, I could see her trying to do that, honestly.
Yeah.
Scarlett, tell whoever put down or informed us that Danny Rowland's trial was in Marion County. Tell her I said thank you. I don't know who it is.
That was Don't Dive.
Thank you, Don't Dive.
Look under Idaho Criminal Rule Title. Rule 21 title Transfer for Trial. Okay, 1 second, Elliot. Actually, I cannot type tonight. Let's see if I can find what Elliot is saying. Alright, so we need total. Let me find. Okay. Transfer for trial. Is that what he said? Yes, right here. Okay, so a motion, I'm gonna pull this page up so everybody can see it. Alright, so the motion for transfer may be made at or before arraignment or at any other time the court or these rules are prescribed. So for prejudice, so what would his be? Prejudice, convenience? I wonder what his would be. Disqualification of a judge? That wouldn't be it. So just for prejudice, on motion of either party, the court must transfer the proceeding to another county if the court is satisfied that a fair and impartial trial cannot be had in the county where the case is pending. For convenience, on the motion of the defendant, the court may transfer the proceeding to another county for the convenience of parties and witnesses and in the interest of justice. And then the proceedings on the transfer within a judicial district, if the proceedings is transferred to a court of proper venue within the same judicial district, the court granting the trial must A, order the case transferred to a specific court of proper venue within the judicial district, and B, continue the assignment over the case unless the administrative district judge reassigns the case to another judge of the judicial district. Which I don't think that would happen in his.
Jim just said there's 10 cities in Latah County.
Oh, wow. Okay. Way too many questions. But it's still being Latah County. Would they? Because isn't the Latah County courthouse in Moscow?
I think so.
So that's where it would. They wouldn't move it to another city.
No, but pulling juries, pulling your potential jurors would be from those 10 cities or 10 towns.
Yeah, because when I looked it up the other night, there was some from Latah County, but I want to say that there was like 2 other counties that they included in with it, and I thought maybe it was just because it was like not very populated in that area, and that's why they combined all of those 3.
It could be that judicial district that they pull from.
It could be it.
There's 40,000 people living in Latah County.
And what is it? 26? Well, no, 26,000. Between 25 and 26 is Moscow. And how many of them was students that I looked up the other night?
About 12,000, wasn't it?
Something like
Yes,
that.
something like that.
So they may be able to do it in Latah County and still be able to pull a jury. Amethyst, have a good night. Okay,
You know,
so
you
let
have
me-
so many people these days to where there's a lot of people that don't even watch news.
Oh yeah, I don't watch none like the
Anymore.
local news here. I don't watch any of that.
Oh,
Everything is
I
mostly YouTube.
Yeah, I can't. Unless it's something important. I don't.
Thank you, Elliot.
Well, I still watch local news.
The only thing that, as far as like the local news that I keep up with, is just our weather, and I just go to the app on my phone for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we do every day too. My husband looks it up the night before, and
Mhm.
I watch local news and then I go watch the national news. Of course, I prefer Fox, but I just want to make sure that that idiot in North Korea hasn't started World War III or Russia and Ukraine hadn't turned in bigger than what we want it to turn into. Other than that, I could care less about watching the national news.
Yeah, I don't. I keep up with it. I'm not saying that I don't keep up with it. But I have, YouTube, any like really important news and stuff that comes on like that, it comes up on my YouTube feed too. So, but I used to be a Fox fan, but I don't even trust them anymore since I won't say when.
Well, their
Let's just
owners
say it's
crook.
in the last 3 years, three,
From
4
day
years.
one. From day one, their owner was a crook,
Oh
Rufus
yeah. Yeah.
Murdoch.
Yeah,
He
definitely.
was smart. He just says I'm gonna get ratings, and he went and hired a bunch of conservatives, even though he's not one. And he went and hired, the Bill O'Reilly and all those type people.
Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing. This is why I don't care for Blanfield, is because she started over on Court TV, and then she went to Fox, and then she went to CNN and totally switched everything she said over at Fox. And I was like, girl, I just now have no. I know she's a necessary evil. I just don't have a whole lot of respect for her anymore.
Yeah, anything I watch is all YouTube, and I'm with Tonka on the news break, the app that you can get on your phone for like your local news and all
Right.
that. I get that too.
Yeah,
I'm
we do
constantly
too.
getting notifications throughout the day of news and stuff that goes on around here.
And I'm like on the Wichita Police Department website and everything too,
Hmm.
on Facebook and all of that.
Yeah. Other than that, I don't even watch the news. My news is YouTube and what's going on with cases that is out there right now.
Right. I'm the
Jen
same
just
way.
said that the second judicial court is made up of 5 counties. Now, that may be what we read the other night, that that's what they would pull from, would be those
Okay,
five
maybe that was
counties.
it. I just remember it being more than just Latah County.
Yeah.
So that may be what it is.
And that's the way they do it here. They have a judicial district. Here it's 3 different counties, and they'll pull from all 3 counties. They also, I know of at least 2 courthouses. They may have 3 here. Um, and your trial will be, depends where you happened at, but still the same state attorney is in charge, and the same public prosecutor is over those 3 counties.
Megan L. Well, I'm
Yeah.
thinking about
See, that's
let me Megan, can you send me an email so I can resend that Facebook thing to you, please, before I forget? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, here in Texas, we're not used to places being so small to where they would pull from a judicial district and not just a county because,
Well,
there's
y'all
so
got,
much.
yeah, y'all got counties got 3 or
We're
4
big.
million people living in: Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, San Antonio, Austin. Those are big
Well,
cities.
but yeah, but I don't even live in that area. I mean, even in our area that's less populated, we still do that. So, I mean, that
Yeah.
it could be because of what the big cities do that we have to do that as well.
Here in Louisiana, whatever parish you're in, if you got to go to court, that's where they pull your. If you're having your court in that parish, now they could do a change of venue, but usually wherever you got to go to court, that's where they're pulling your jury from.
But as
Now,
far as the state prosecutor, how many counties is he or she over?
In Louisiana,
Yes.
oh shit! Now I got to Google it again. Let's see.
now in federal court, we would go into the main hub of our area,
Yeah, and ours is right here in the big
which
city.
is an hour from me.
Oh shit! I thought I had to sneeze. Let's see. Counties, district. No, that's South Carolina. This is only telling me why we have parishes in the state of Louisiana. Louisiana districts and parishes. Okay, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 districts. And let's just say District 10 has 1, 2, 3. There's 5 parishes in District 10, which is Caddo, Bossier, Webster, DeSoto, Red River. Then District, I guess this is going to be, they're considering it District 20. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 parishes in that district. So there's 9 total districts, but there's not, like, there's different numbers of parishes for each one.
Patrick, the district attorney's office is the prosecution.
Yeah, see, here in Florida, they call it the state attorney. Some
Yeah.
places they call it the DA, the district attorney.
Yeah, we call it the DA here.
Yeah, we got DAs, ADAs, other ADAs. Like, there's one parish that I know of. It's got like your first district attorney and then like 3 assistant district attorneys.
And then here we had the state attorney general. That's underneath the governor. And as far
Right.
as
Ours was just indicted.
and like Texas, y'all got the Rangers, we got the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and Georgia has the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Yeah. But then our DPS has its own. It's like the Texas Bureau of Investigation, but it's underneath the Texas the DPS, our state police. They have their own investigation team as well.
Yeah, and we have like state troopers. They got their own investigations. Well, they got them in name. Let's put it that way. The state troopers, and then you got your cities and counties.
Yeah.
My city's so big, it is the county. So
My niece lives in your city.
that's, God bless her. I want to live
She
in
seems
yours.
to like it.
I want to live in yours. Well, you know, see, we got idiot politicians here, and we got a beautiful river, which most cities don't have running through, and we got a gorgeous beach, and they can't do anything with it. What do? They put a jailhouse. Get this, folks. They put a jailhouse, brand new one, right on the city river, where they could have put a hotel to get tax dollars. See, they don't think like that.
They could have made it like it's in
Oh, she's breaking up again, bad.
You broke up on me, Jamie.
Y'all can hear that
Can you
too,
hear me
right?
now?
It's not just me.
Yeah, I hear you a
I
lot
can
better.
hear it too.
Okay. I just have to make sure that everybody can hear when somebody breaks up, because if it's just me that hears it, then that means I'm about to get kicked
Now,
off of.
in 4
panel.
minutes, I'm going to either get through this or I'm not.
And Lady V, that's fine, because I'm gonna be ending it here in just a few minutes anyway. So if that happens to you, don't worry
Okay.
about it.
No, I was just saying they
I'm
could have
gonna
made
go
it like
ahead and
San
jump
Antonio.
down. I'm going to go ahead and jump down before that happens so you can say goodnight. So I'm going to get
Okay.
off here, guys. Love y'all.
Okay.
See you tomorrow.
Okay. Have a good
Enjoy
night.
it as always. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
I haven't been to San Antonio in a while, but it was a beautiful city when I was there. And Austin was a beautiful city. And now I'm told you don't want to go see Austin now.
That's where Kaylee was supposed to be moving to.
I don't know what Austin looks like. I haven't been there in years, but it's just crazy. Well, they defunded the police. That's why Texas is so mad at them.
Well, it's turned into San Francisco and Portland.
Yeah.
All right,
I
y'all.
heard the other day it takes like an hour to get hold the 911 or whatever.
In
I don't
Austin?
know. Yeah.
Oh my
And
god.
the cops, because they defunded the police, so the
Oh,
cops
okay.
left. They've gone to other places, and they're just having a really hard time with. They
Oh
don't have
wow.
enough money or enough people.
It's 4 a.m. here. Yeah, I know, Gigi. It's a little after 30 here. Yo, it shows we have 153 likes, so I'm gonna be ending it in like 5 minutes.
All
So
right.
let's see if
Well,
we can get the likes up real quick.
I'm going to leave, and y'all have a good night.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up.
Oh, sure. I enjoyed it.
It was a
Please come
pleasure,
up
Jamie.
anytime. Eric, you have a wonderful night. Okay, I was just trying to catch up in chat real quick. Okay, I think I'm caught up now. I'm kind of hoping that tomorrow, or at least Friday, that the judge will come out with his decision, with as far as like the gag order and the cameras in the courtroom. Sally, may you have a wonderful night. Jen, you're going to have to get up early then.
Scarlett, if you had a choice, would you rather see cameras in the courtroom or would you rather see documents unsealed? The gag order lifted.
Cameras in the courtroom.
Okay.
That way, everything that's going to be presented to the jury, as far as evidence, all the witness testimony, all that, we would get to see it and hear it.
I agree with you.
That would be
I'd rather see the camera in the courtroom because that's the bottom line, the courtroom.
right. That way, because you can see all the documents. You won't be unsealed and read over them and discuss them for years and years and years. But if you don't have those cameras in there and watch it, you're not going to know exactly everything that was said, who said what evidence were presented, and you basically would just have to go off of what the media says. And we know how the media likes to be. Not all of the media, but some media likes to twist stuff and not put out the whole truth and all that. So I would rather have the cameras. Gigi, you have a wonderful night. I think that's what everybody else in the chat saying too. They would rather have the cameras. It would just be it would get rid of a lot of the rumors. Penny, have a wonderful night, honey. Um, all these rumors that's been going around, it would be settled once and for all. Is it a rumor or is it the truth? And there's, if we get to watch it, and everybody that's with this case, if we all watched it, we all see the same thing and we all hear the same thing. So that way nobody can't say, well, no, this was said. And then other people say, no, that ain't what was said. This was said. There wouldn't be any hearsay because we all heard the same thing. Let's see. Tech that says, I want cameras. Tech that I'm with you. Thank you, Gigi. Let's see. The new fad of gagging is causing all the drama. It's causing all the drama. It's causing all the rumors. All of it.
But it would have been just as big in the OJ trial because we were hearing it without the internet.
Yeah.
When the OJ trial was going on, and they had enough DNA on him. Look at his red drops everywhere.
Mm-hmm. And I could just imagine. I mean, I remember that case being on TV. I remember the white Bronco chase and all this and that. I didn't read the newspapers as far as like what was going on with the trial. But can you imagine that trial now with all of the social media? How it would be? It would probably be worse than what the Kohberger stuff is.
Oh yeah, I agree. But she lost that case. She knew she lost it before they went to court when one of her main witnesses sold a story to one of the I call it the gossip letters, like the
Mhm.
Inquirer and all those kind of magazines that you see when you get ready to walk out of a grocery store.
Right.
And she has sold her story to them, and that was a neighbor.
Jamie said OJ was when we first learned about DNA. We were so confused. Let's see. Bullet said OJ would be guilty. Okay.
Not in California, you wouldn't.
Ilya says if they don't allow video in the courtroom, I wonder if the sketch artists will use their creative freedom to make sure Kohberger appears to be turning back at the gallery, smirking at the media. I don't think of. I think the sketch artists have to draw it the way it is, don't they? I don't think they can like change stuff up. I don't know. I had to read the rules on sketch artists in our courtroom. Let's see. I was on the freeway when the white Bronco passed my car. I was in high school on my way to the beach after school. Oh wow! And Jen, just think if there would have been cell phones back then, like there is now, you'd have had a cool video. All right, I think I'm about to get out of here for the night. Let's see, in early January, I was 99% sure BK did it. Now I am well under 50%. They had assumed that he smirked. He has a lengthy history of smirking. Smirking equals guilty. You think, Elliot? All right, y'all.
Did you think he acted cordial when the female police officer pulled him over for being in the middle of the intersection or running a red light, whatever they call that?
I think he was trying to be argumentative with her, but trying to be slick with it at the same time. It almost seemed like he kept trying to push his version of it on her to until she finally just gave in and agreed with him, and it didn't work. I mean, he didn't. I don't think he was rude or anything like that to her. I just think that that's what he was trying to do.
I just think he's trying to justify his cause.
Right.
But I thought at the same time he was, I guess the best word is like you said, he wasn't rude, but he was polite to her.
Yeah,
He's
he
just
wasn't. His tone of voice was the same throughout the whole thing. He didn't get loud with her. He didn't seem like he was getting angry. Um, it was just like he was just trying to push his, in his mind, what happened, even though she was seeing it differently. In his mind, what happened, that's what he was trying to push on her and trying to get her to, like, it was almost like he thought that if he just kept going with it, that she would eventually give in and just agree with him. And, it didn't work. See, maybe he didn't want a ticket. No, and I mean he wasn't rude to her, and she, it was. I guess maybe if he would have been rude to her, she might have, given him a ticket. And Jamie says he didn't say "ma'am" though, and Jamie, that's just because he ain't from the South. That's like a thing for the Southern folks, and probably some for the Northern people too. But like that's the huge thing in the South.
Yeah, see, one of the hard things I had when I went in the military was you don't say sir to a non-commissioned officer. You only say sir to an officer, and
Right.
your well, it depends what field you're in. Training instructor, drill sergeant. You would say sir to them or ma'am if you have a
Mm-hmm.
female drill sergeant. But after that, you never again say sir or ma'am. And I still do it when I go on a Navy base. I go, "Thank you, sir." And the guy's not an officer, and I catch myself, and we both smile at each other. He knows what I meant.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, another problem that I had with Bryan when he was in court the other day, when he would address the judge, he would just say yes sir. That's all. Actually, all he said was yes, but it wasn't yes sir or yes your honor or anything like that.
I would definitely say the word "Your Honor."
Right.
Matter of fact, I
Or
was "Yes, sir, Your Honor." "Yes, ma'am, Your
yeah,
Honor."
at least yes sir. You know, and but it would have. I mean, technically, all he had to say was yes, but it would have. I think the respect part of it would have went. It would have looked better if he would have said yes sir or yes your honor. Let's see. She didn't act flustered or annoyed with him. No, she didn't. Bullets. I mean, she held her ground though on what was right and what was wrong, and what he did was wrong, and all that. And she never got loud with him or anything either. She just, I think she went back and gave him. Uh, he said that he was interested in that law about the intersection thing, and I think she told him where he could find it. Should always be your honor. Shows he has no court experience. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just a respect thing. I don't think he wants to talk much because of the. No way, I thought that too, but then I remembered there are body cam footages of him speaking. There's the one of him getting pulled over in October. Wasn't there body cam footage of him getting pulled over in August in Moscow? Let's see if she read the law right off her handy dandy laminated flashcard with all the rules on it. Callie, Forrest Gump is a movie that every time I see it on TV, I watch it no matter what. All right, I'm about to get out of here for the night.
Okay, I'm going to head on, and thank you so much for having me. And most of all, thank you for being a creator
Well,
and
thank
having a
you.
super, super wonderful channel. And tomorrow's paper will be everything we discussed tonight.
I'm sure it will be. For sure.
All right.
But thank you for coming up. I hope you have a wonderful night.
All right. Good night and good morning.
All right, you too. See, we are big on respect no matter who you are or what age. So many are. Yeah, that Jamie, that is true. It's like and I'm not saying the northern people like that they don't say it, but it's a huge thing in the South. It's always yes ma'am and no ma'am and please and thank you and all that. See, my favorite comment from him during the stop was, "Where I'm from, they don't have they don't have sub lights for." If that was going to change anything. Michelle, have a good night. Tonka, have a good night. No way, thank you. All right, y'all. Well, I'm just gonna get out of here. I love you all. I hope y'all have a wonderful night. I will be back tomorrow night. Like I said, anybody who has a membership, if y'all want to join the Facebook group, just send me an email. My email is pinned to the top of the chat. If you do send an email, please make sure to put your YouTube name in the email somewhere so I know who it is. Bullets, thank you. All right, so I will see y'all later. Y'all have a good night. Anybody affected by these storms, y'all please be safe. So love y'all all, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow.